All right, boys and girls, we're back at it again. We are back. Yesterday we had a bit of an issue with Docker. Docker is actually running, so we are good. Now we have a bit of an issue with the database connection, so we're kind of working on that right now. So if you are new here, if you're just joining us, so please to drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. So sit back and relax and let's vibe. Well, all right, boys and girls, we are live. So, for those of you listening right now, give me a thumbs up if the audio's fine. Can you all hear me? Is the audio coming through clearly? Let me know. Give me a thumbs up. And if you're coming into the stream right now, just give us a like. We love those likes. And if we like the video, this is what happens. The algorithm will love us. The algorithm will push the stream to more people, therefore more engagement. And remember, we're on road to 500 subscribers. Now we're at 277. And yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So for the returning viewers, thank you very much for tuning in, day out. You know, we're here. We're on the grind. I'm building my startup in public, and you are witnessing the power of building in public with AI assistance rather. So it's never been a better time to start building stuff. If you have an idea, go ahead. Don't hesitate. Pick up Cursor, pick up Augment with VS Code or Zencoder or Tray AI, whatever tool, okay? Windsurf. Just go ahead. You have an idea, start experimenting. Use ChatGPT, ask questions. And if you have any doubts, here is the QR code on the screen right now. Bam! Scan the QR code, join our Discord server. Okay, there's a lot of good things coming up. Okay, we'll have tutorials, lessons, communities. Okay, so make sure you subscribe to the channel so you can stay in the loop and just drop a like. Right now, we're at 21 views, 5 concurrent users right now, and we only have 1 like. This is crazy. So do your boy a favor. When you step into the room, you step into the live stream, drop a like. It doesn't cost you anything. All right. Do me a favor, drop us a like and keep it moving. So right now, what are we working on? Is I'm working on a Chrome extension for Guardian Inbox. Guardian Inbox is a spam filter. Okay, it's a spam box, spam mail. I can't even speak right now. It's basically a spam filter on steroids, AI powered, crowdsourced. And the crowdsourced feature is basically thank you very much for the like. I really appreciate you. And join the Discord server and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Much appreciated. So the crowdsourcing function of this Guardian inbox, what it does is basically if you receive a spam email and you mark it as spam, okay, you flag it as spam, anybody and everybody who's on the same system, who uses the same app, now will basically have access to that flag. That means if I flag an email as fraudulent, that same email address won't be able to send an email to anybody on Guardian Inbox if you use the same app, because now you're part of the same hive, the same network. And this is something that hasn't been done before, and it's something that we want to bring to market. So, and right now there's going to be an easy way to integrate. You know, it's basically B2C, B2B. B2B, we can actually customize it for any organization to filter the emails through the portal. That means if they want to set up their IMAP, they want to set up certain ports, we can set that up for them. As a casual user, if you want to use the, let me switch right now, as you can see right here, I'm building the Chrome extension. So if you want to use the Chrome extension to do things like flag emails, flag spam, and do certain things, if you want to block certain IP addresses, that's all right there. But we're not going to leave everything up to chance. We have an AI powered system. We will train our own LLM to be specifically geared towards spam detection, intrusion detection, malware, all sorts of things that are out there basically looking to steal your data. And we know how important your data is. So we are now building the Chrome extension that will allow you to flag things. It is a beautiful thing. So as you come into the stream, once again, drop your brother a like because it'll be much appreciated. And who do we have in the stream today? We have our brother V. What's happening, brother? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Let me drop you a little Don DeMarco. Boom, 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 boom. Can you hear that? There you go, brother. There you go. That's for you, Don DeMarco. Welcome to the stream. So, guys, don't forget if you have any questions, I am here for you. So, drop your questions in the chat, or the Discord server is up. If you're not shy, you want to talk to me, just jump in and have a conversation about AI, about building, about startups, about business, about marketing, whatever you want to talk about. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, let me see. Okay, my brother V has some sad news. Hang on a second. Sadly, bad day, I just got banned on. Really? What happened? What happened, Vish? How did you get banned? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I mean, sometimes with these platforms, if it's automated, if there's AI, sort of like the algorithm, sort of monitoring certain community guidelines, there might be a lot of false positives or false negatives. So they might have banned you because the algorithm figure there was something weird going on with your network, maybe the way you were accessing the service. It happens, which is why for our platform, Guardian Inbox, there's always going to be a human in the loop. By having a human in the loop, if there's a if there's a false positive or false negative, right? Well, false positive. That way, if you were banned by mistake, you'll always be able to contact a human to resolve the issue, which I think is very important. Well, I hope it gets resolved, bro, because it's not fun to be building and then you get banned, especially with your data there already. Shakti, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the stream. As a rule, when you come into the stream, you drop into the comment section, you got to drop a like, brother. Just drop us a quick like because we want to push the stream to as many people as possible. And we want to reach 500 subscribers by the end of the month. So I think it's really achievable. So drop us a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Shakchi says, "Hey, I'm new here. What are you building?" Excellent. Thank you very much, my brother. Very much appreciated. I appreciate you 1,000%. And to answer your question, what am I building here today? I'm building a spam filter, AI powered, and also crowdsourced. Here's the premise, okay? It's very simple. For instance, Google, Gmail, or a Yahoo Mail. If anybody still uses Yahoo Mail or what's the other one, Hotmail. If anybody still use those, you know there's spam filters in there, but they're very broad. They're not very surgical. You can't really customize them a whole lot. So Guardian Inbox will change that. Guardian Inbox has the AI power behind it to filter, right, to prevent things. So you don't wait to get infected to act. You prevent. So what Guardian Inbox aims to do is basically have a crowdsourcing feature. And what happens is if you and I we're on the same app, we use the app. We're not really on the same app, but we use the app. That means we share the same server, the same backend, the engine that runs Guardian Inbox. If you flag an email as spam, that email will not reach anybody that uses our system. I mean, you flag it once, everybody gets the benefit of it. In the same way, if there's a false positive, they can always contact us with a human in the loop and we could review the situation and rectify the problem because you don't want to ban people by accident. It will happen. It's not 100% foolproof. So that's what I'm building. And right now, as you can see on the screen, I'm building the Chrome extension where you'll be able to do different things. So that's pretty much what I am building. So thumbs up for anybody who's asking questions. If you have any questions, we're here to answer. So join the Discord server. The QR code is on the screen right now or link in the description. So don't be shy. And if you want to talk to me, the voice channel is open. So if you want to come and talk to me, it's wide open. So let's have a conversation about AI, startup, business, anything and everything in between. Let's go. Let us cook. So I'm going to reload the Chrome extension. I just rebuild it. So I'm going to attempt to actually build it, import it again. Okay, fail. Fail to load extension. Chrome this script could not. Okay, manifest. Okay, the manifest file has an issue. So what we're gonna do right now is try to troubleshoot. That's the name of the game. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. So this is what the build is about today. So interesting build because it's very annoying to spend hours deleting spam or going through your inbox trying to get rid of spam email. It's very annoying. So this is a solution that will allow us to kind of mitigate that problem a little bit. Just get rid of clutter in your inbox. Keep your inbox nice and organized. The crowdsourcing part is cool AF. Thank you, bro. I guess it's similar to the Truecaller app, which the app basically flags spam numbers. Now, will these numbers? Yep, exactly. Yeah. So you can, automatically delete them, or if you're not sure, because, for instance, if you were business, you don't want to arbitrarily delete numbers. You can always quarantine them. You could put them in a separate quarantine folder where, when you have time, and you can basically go out and sift through them and say if somebody says, "Hey, I've been trying to send you, an email, but I haven't gotten the response." Then you have the opportunity to go to your quarantine folder and then mark as safe. then you're good to go. And also when you mark it as safe, and then everybody gets the update as well. So if it's safe for you, it's safe for everybody. If it's spam for you, it's spam for everyone, which is a really cool way of looking at it. Yes, sir. We're building in public. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, how does the Chrome extension work here? Right. So I'm actually gonna try to load it. I'm gonna try to load it and then show you what it does exactly. So I've just rebuilt it. So if that doesn't work, by removing the extension and then re-adding it. Yes. Okay, we've removed the extension. You can see the screen, right? Cool. Let's load. Okay. All right, great. Open Chrome, navigate to Chrome extensions, load, go ahead, inbox extensions. First, start by clicking on the refresh icon. Okay, the refresh. If that doesn't work, okay, I've already done that. That's done. Right. Okay, so I need to troubleshoot that properly. So what the Chrome extension will do, right? It'll provide you sort of like an overview. It'll show, for instance, um, it'll have whitelist and blacklist functionality um, within the pop-up, right? So you'll be able to blacklist things right then and there. Okay, whether it's IP address or email address, which is the main point. We're also gonna have alerts, right? Basically, it'll show notifications when an email address is flagged as spam. You'll have a pop up that tell you that. Of course, you can opt in or out. You could in your notifications, you could say, show me alerts of blocked emails. Maybe not every time, but give me a summary every at the end of the day at midnight. Okay, so it could be how many emails were blocked today. Then you say, okay, 95 emails were blocked today. So you'll have a pop up, or you can have it pop up every single time there's an event. And these events could be blocked IP, blocked email, all sorts of different things that we could implement. But right now is basically IP blocking and email blocked, spam trigger alerts. So which is pretty cool. All right, got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can, and it takes a little bit of ingenuity, but you can definitely integrate notification in the on the extension because there'll be a pop up. So with the pop up, of course, it's if you're using the system, that means you opt in. So it's not something that your pop up is going to block. So you can definitely allow it to show notifications, right? And you could allow it to literally pop up because it's not a it's not a spammy or third party sort of, you don't know where it's from. This is something that will be you download it, you install it. That means you want to use it, right? So you'll get alerts, for key events. What those events will be right now is just email and IP address events, stuff like that. And when an email is blocked by Guardian, then without even going to your inbox, it'll tell you, oh, an email was blocked. or you could say alert me every hour or at the end of the day, and it'll tell you, well, 15 emails were blocked, that sort of thing. That's what it's for. All right. If it doesn't work, try removing the extension, re-adding it. When adding, make sure you select the extension Chrome distribution directory load unpacked. Let's see. Dist folder. Yeah, it's the manifest file once again. So we need to fix that. Hey, Nathan. Welcome to the stream, brother. The Discord is right here. The QR code is on the screen. And the the link is in the description as well. So you can join. You can either, if you're on your phone, well, use the link. If you're watching from your PC, then use your phone to scan the QR code and join the Discord server. And if you want to talk to me, the voice channel is open, so you can always talk to me there. But your voice will be on the stream, so you know. So disclaimer: if you talk to me live, you'll be part of the stream. We can have a conversation there. So welcome, Nathan. You know, as you come in, yeah, I'm sure you dropped a like, and if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. On road to 500 subscribers, we making headway, guys. And there's a lot of things coming up on the channel, and I have a lot of good announcements to make. Okay, there'll be a lot of good things happening. I can't talk about it just yet, but stay tuned. And I'm sure all the returning viewers and all the ones in passing who stumble up on the channel, welcome, welcome, welcome. Drop a like once again because we love you and the algorithm will love us. If we drop likes, they'll push the stream to more people. Let's go. And once again, I got a little something for you guys. There you go. There you go. Okay. Yeah. All right, Nathan. Yes, you have found the right place. Okay. If you're into building, startups, vibe coding, programming, marketing, okay, make money. This is where we are. Welcome to the channel, brother. Okay. Shakti says also, are you going to submit this for the Bolt hackathon? I'm not quite sure yet. I might. What's the deadline? Do you know? I mean, I should just Google it. What's the deadline? Shakti, Shakti Sundar. Are you participating? Are you going to be part of the hackathon? Okay, yeah. I'll definitely consider it because there's so much going on because I'm putting a bunch of things together as well. So I tend to be a little more selective as to which hackathons that I joined and what I participate in. But yeah, that's a good one. I'll definitely look into it. Thanks for the recommendation, Shakti. Thank you, brother. Okay, Nathan said, "Can I talk to you about my own idea? You seem to know what you're doing, bro." Yeah, I know a little bit, Nathan. Thanks, man. I know a little bit, but the little bit that I know, I can share a little bit of it with you. Definitely, talk to me if you want to jump on the Discord and actually talk instead of typing. You're more than welcome. Okay, if you're not shy to talk on the live stream, jump on the Discord and talk to me. If not, you can tell me here. You can tell me about your idea. It'll be dope to share with me and the rest of the viewers. All right. So we have some activity in the Discord server. Welcome, fellas. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me wave hi to you guys. Yeah, thank you for joining. So stay tuned. In the meantime, you'll see my tech stack. And if you look at the project showcase, some people have already posted some stuff, tips and tricks. All right. If you have questions, you can post them there. So yeah, we are cooking with grease, fellas. That's the old school saying right there. We're cooking with grease. Alrighty. So we're still having issues with the Chrome extension, but it's a process. We're still developing it, and once I figure out the problem, then I'll upload it. I'll actually reload it and then show you guys what exactly it does. Okay, Nathan says, "Great man. I just like anyone though. I think this might be gold. I'll private message you if you don't mind uh, and get back to me whenever. Yes, but that's good. That's good, Nathan. Yeah, send me a DM. And in fact, the Discord is up right now. Send me add me as a friend. Then you can send me a DM. Then I'll look at it after the stream. Then we'll talk. Always happy to, always happy to assist. Always happy to help. That's the name of the game. If I'm successful, you're successful. If you're successful and I've helped you in the process, then I'm successful. It's about community building. It's about sharing because knowledge is there to share. It makes no sense if I have a little bit of knowledge and I'm hanging on to it and I don't want to share it. And sharing is caring indeed. Okay, we're getting a different error, which is I know that I actually created those assets. Now it's looking for the icons. 16 pixels, 48 pixels, and 128 pixels. Those were created. So they might have been overwritten. So what I need to do is find the folder. Okay, extensions, Chrome, icons. Okay, the icons are there. 16, 48, and 128. So the icons are there. Yeah, that's what's up, Nathan. Yeah, absolutely, bro. The um the name of the game is to build. Okay, you have an idea, let's get it done because now it's never been easier. Let me put it in perspective for you. This particular project right now, Guardian Inbox. Uh, guess guess how long it took me to build the full structure without the database, just mock database. Just give me a number. How long do you think it took me? Is it more than an hour, less than an hour, 5 hours, 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days? Just comment in the chat. How long do you think it took me to build? Let me show you real quick. Let me switch to there you go, Guardian Inbox. How long do you think it took me to build all this? Put your answer, put your guesses. No, because I'm showing you the build right now. Okay, look at the build. Look at the Look at the dashboard. How long would you guess it took me to build all this? An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, less than an hour, 1 day, 3 days? What do you think? What are your guesses, guys? Come on, participate. We have 6 viewers right now. What do you guys think? How long do you think it took me to build this? Respond. Okay, 3 days, right? 10 minutes. Okay. Who else? We got two guesses. We got 3 days and we got 10 minutes. What do you guys think? We need one more answer. One more answer. How long do you think it took me to build this? Let's switch to the code. There's the IDE right there. Okay, here's the MVP. Okay. Here's a roadmap, so to speak, for the MVP. These are all the features. Right. Since we don't have any more answers, so the guy who's actually closest to the time that it took me to build it is actually Nathan. I know it's impossible. It's not 10 minutes, and Shukti is actually right. It's just yeah, that was a good guess, but you're actually closer to the time that it took me than Shukti. Okay, it's actually closer because it took me 42 minutes to build it. Okay, 42 minutes. This is something that was impossible a couple of years ago. I would have needed a team of designers, coders to build a wireframe, to do all this sort of thing, and to spend a lot of time iterating back and forth, setting up the environment. Now I can spin this in literally 40 minutes, which is phenomenal. So that's how long it took me. Of course, now I've been working on it for 3 days. Okay. That means to build a database, to do different things. And for instance, now I'm building the Chrome extension, which is going to be a companion extension to the app, to Guardian Inbox. So at the end of the day, if you have an idea, now's the time to start planning and build, 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 because it's never been easier to build these things. It's freaking amazing. Yo, what's up, bro? We got a friend in the house. There's a Don DeMarco for you, bro. Don DeMarco. Welcome to the stream, brother. Yeah, so just checking what you're up to, and I'm doing anything right HTML page using AI myself, but I agree your thoughts on sharing. Definitely, yeah. There's no two ways about it. You have knowledge, share it. I have knowledge, I share it. I help you, you help me, and I'm learning. I learn something new every day. You learn something new every day, and AI is moving at such a rapid pace. If you snooze, you lose. You got to stay on top of things, and you build on what you learned yesterday, and then you learn something new today and tomorrow, and you keep building on top of that. And at some point, you'll become an authority on things AI. Whether you're into automation, whether you're into um, building a full stack application, whether you're into marketing, vibe marketing, vibe coding, this is the time to get involved. Get involved, guys. Start building. It's really phenomenal. Yeah, AI is definitely a game changer. AI is making it so accessible and such a time condenser. You know, it condenses time by a magnitude of 100. In certain instances, even more. Right? Because right now you can build, and in fact, if you guys can go to the Discord server right now, I just posted something today. Go to the Discord server. I believe it's in tips and tricks. It's in tips and tricks. Okay, there's a boilerplate project structure that I put in there. So go and check it out. It's basically a structure that you can feed to whatever, whether it's bold, whether it's lovable, whether it's cursor, whether it's windsurf or VS Code with any sort of AI coding assistant. You can feed it that project structure and you say, build me a project structure. And then once you save that project structure, next time you want to build a project, you don't have to start from scratch anymore. You start with a boilerplate, a template, so to speak, right? And you could take that, you just change the name. Maybe you don't need a dashboard. Maybe it's just, a landing page. Just use the landing page and then delete what you don't want. It is phenomenal. It's a time compression where you don't have to do everything to the letter anymore. You could do things uh, a lot faster, literally 100 times faster, and it's going to get faster and faster as we learn, as we progress. All right, so excellent. So I got your friend request. So now we are connected. Yeah, serial player. Just hit me up. All right. So Shakti says, would it be rude to join your Discord call and ask my doubts regarding AI and would like your thoughts on the project I'm building? Bro, wide open. You can join right now. You can join right now and come and talk to me. Okay, it's wide open. Jump in. All right, we got another newcomer. Okay, what do we have? Hello, what you building? All right, X Bard. What's going on, X Bard? You know, bro, you coming into the live? Welcome. Let me just give you a proper welcome. You're Don DeMarco. There you go. And for that, you got to drop a like, brother. Drop a like so the algorithm could push the stream to more people. Let's go. We have 64 views. We only have 4 likes. Let's go, brother. Drop a like. We have 9 concurrent viewers. We want to see more likes. Definitely jump in. What am I building today? Xbard. You got to stay hydrated. I'm building AI powered spam filter, but it also has a crowd source feature where if we're using the same app, right? If we're on the platform, which is Guardian Inbox, if you flag an email as spam, now everybody who uses the system is automatically protected. So you flag once and everybody's protected. So that's the main crux of the project. And today, what I'm doing is I'm building the Chrome extension to be able to have alerts. Of course, once you install it, you'll be able to have a pop up, and it'll tell you, oh, email just blocked, or you could choose to do it at the end of the day, get a full report how many emails were blocked during the day. You can also quarantine emails. If you don't want to delete them right away, you can just delete them right away or quarantine them to be sorted later and to keep your inbox super organized and super clean. Thanks, Xbard. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Hopefully it'll be successful. So fingers crossed. You know, we got to put a lot of grassroots marketing behind it to get it out there, to get it in front of people, and once it's ready for beta testing, maybe you can beta test as well. So join the Discord server. There you go. The QR code is on the screen right now. I just flashed it. Also, the link is in the description if you're using your phone. So let's go. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. I think we have movement on the server. Let's see. Dun dun dun.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Welcome to the stream, brother. How you doing? Go ahead, introduce yourself.
This is me Shakti, and yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I just know your name is NDO. So should I call you by NDO or what's your
Yeah,
username?
you can call me Indio.
NDO. All right. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'm Shakti. Nice to meet you. I just saw your YouTube video randomly showing up, so I just entered it, and I want to see what you're building.
right. Cool, man. Yeah, because
So
I'm sure
I have one
you're building something as well,
Can I
right?
just ask a doubt? Yeah, yeah. So wait, I one doubt about your project is it an app or is it like a website?
It's both.
Is it a web app?
Yeah, it's a web app. It's also I haven't built the mobile app yet, but the mobile app will be a React Native, and I'm using Expo
Okay.
to during the development process.
So right now your MVP is to make it a web app. So you could like still find spam mails from your MVP from your web app itself
Yeah,
directly. Because I thought
exactly.
usually it happens. You can only do that in mobile apps. I didn't know websites can call could like check your Gmail history, stuff like that. I thought it's easy on mobile apps. If I'm right, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
it's easier on mobile, right? But this, which is the reason why I decided to tackle the web first, because then if you do the difficult things first, then the easy things will be a lot easier. So I don't have to spend that much time on it.
Yeah.
It's not easy, but it's not impossible. So I'm finding ways to sort of plug into, let's say, your IMAP, okay. And in fact, let me switch.
Okay.
If you're watching at the same time, let me switch to the project Guardian Inbox, and to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Because it's basically a hook, right? Once you hook into an email system, for instance, you see here linked providers. Can you see that?
Sorry, one second. I'm just opening YouTube again.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I
In the
see it.
meantime, let me answer a couple of questions. Can't hear the other guy. Could you say something, Shakti?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Hello? Is my
Can you
audio too
gu-
low?
can you guys hear him?
Wait, let me see if I can hear myself.
Uh, I can hear you, but the stream can't really. Okay, now they can hear you. All right, go ahead.
No, wait, I can hear myself on stream, so maybe I'm just a bit. I can probably increase my audio a bit on
Yeah, I
Discord.
just did. I just did. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you're telling me about the hook.
Yes. So
Oh, sorry. You wanted to talk to the comments. My bad. I'm sorry.
no, I've answered the question already, because the guys, they said they couldn't hear
Oh,
you.
okay. All
But
right.
also, guys, it's all good. Xbard, my background is pretty diverse. It's within the context of this conversation. I'll tell you all about me, right, in due time. But
Okay.
I'm in the tech space for a long time, and at every capacity, whether it was hardware, software, system admin, system builder, system engineer, all sorts of different things. I also ran several IT firms. I also had several, actually two game development companies, which I had multiple teams in India
Okay. Then.
working with me. So that was for Xbard, right? All right, go ahead, Shakti.
Yeah. So wait. So I'm assuming. Wait, are you in in your 30s now?
Am I what now?
If that's okay to ask, are you in your 30s right now?
I didn't understand that. Am I near what?
No, I'm asking. Are you in your 30s? Like, are you like around 30 years, 35-year-old? right now, or am I
Oh, and oh,
shooting
my
it very
age.
high? Yeah, age. I'm sorry if that's a rude question to ask.
No, 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 it's not rude at all because I never actually revealed my age on the platform. And the thing is, I wanted to
Oh, okay,
reveal
okay.
it. I want to reveal it when I actually show my face on stream. Okay, but
All right, that's fair. That's
I'm
fair.
I'm older than 30 to put it in perspective for you.
Okay, got it.
But so if you
Wait,
subscribe to the channel already, right?
yeah, yeah, I'll read it.
All right, good. So once I transition with front-facing camera, then I'll reveal everything because now I wanted to focus on the
Got
vibe
it, got it.
coding and building. All right.
Yeah, honestly, oh wait, are you on X? Are you on Twitter right now?
Yes, at Indio AI, same handle.
No, because I couldn't see Twitter on the YouTube description, so I think you should probably add it as well.
Oh,
I can see repo and Discord.
oh, okay. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. In fact,
So yeah,
I
do
think
add your
I
X
need to update
because
that.
yeah, because I think most of these vibe coders are always on Twitter on this build in public communities.
Yeah.
So I feel like someone like you will do so much better like on Twitter and Twitter live streams.
Absolutely. No, I am there. I haven't live streamed on Twitter yet, but that's the next plan because I wanted to build the community here on because to as a solopreneur to build
Yeah.
different platforms, it's quite it's a lot of work, and now I'm basically focusing on the YouTube channel and the Discord server, and there's more things that I can't really talk about yet. Okay. That's a
Okay. Okay.
community that I'm working on that's going to be even bigger than what I'm doing now. So there's a lot going on, so I can't. I'm alone. I'm by myself, so I can't do everything at the same
Got
time.
it.
Even for you, that's a good catch right now. I even forgot I didn't put the X um, handle in the description, which is
Yeah,
it
because
should have been.
usually
Yeah.
when I look at any vibe code, I'll look up their X, and because in your X you'll probably show everything. Like you'll see, oh, he's building this, and you'll be able to see your projects like Twitter page,
Yep.
and that's like a sense of like credibility to me. If I see your project page and it has a lot of followers, I'm
Hmm.
probably thinking, okay, this is a big project,
Yeah. No,
so I'll want to like give it a try.
you're absolutely right. Definitely. After the stream right now, I'm gonna update all the links and make sure
Yeah.
everything's on X,
And
Twitter.
this is just a small suggestion. You don't need to like completely delve into the Twitter space because there are these. I think there's one software called Restream where you
I
can like stream in multiple like pages at the same time, like on Twitter or on Twitch or on YouTube all at the same time.
Right. Well, I don't
So
actually
that could be like an option.
I don't actually need Restream to do that because I use Meld Studio. Have you heard of Meld Studio?
No, I'm not too sure.
Okay,
Is
well,
that
check
similar to
check check it
Restream?
out. Yeah, check it out. And Meld Studio is like it's an OBS replacement and it's free. And I could broadcast
Okay.
to as many places as I want for free, as long as I have the bandwidth, the internet bandwidth to do so.
Okay,
And also,
I didn't know that. Okay, I'll check it out.
yeah, and also I can broadcast and landscape and portrait at the same time. You know what I
You
mean?
mean like again you do a landscape at one app and portrait in the other one, or
Yeah. Hmm.
I don't understand.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Also,
That means
okay, so it can
if
be
I
in
if I
different.
wanna
All right,
push to, let's say, TikTok, right? TikTok is
all right.
16:9, and YouTube is 9 by
Yeah,
16.
portrait. So
Yeah, it's portrait or landscape. So you can do that. Like, you can set it up any way you want, and it's great. It's phenomenal. So if you look at my setup right now, I'm set up to do all that without having to use Restream or eLive or any of these paid platforms. I can do that
okay,
directly
okay.
from my setup.
All right. Then I gotta try Mel because the thing is, there's this whole. You might have seen this your YouTube. I'm not too sure if you know him. His name's Butoshi. He also started doing this whole live streaming in multiple platforms and vibe coding at the same time.
Mm-hmm. But
So I feel
Butoshi.
you once you do yeah Butoshi, Bwtoshi,
Okay, I'll check him out. Is he
like
Japanese or what?
yes, No, no, he's not Japanese. I think he's American. I think he just made that name for fun.
Okay, yeah, because the name sounds
But
Japanese. That's why.
no, he's not Japanese. I'm pretty sure he's not Japanese. But
Okay.
yeah, but my point is like the second you start your face reveal, right? Like once you're done with your face reveal, I feel like you'll have a higher like number of viewers because people tend to watch streamers who show their face and who's like showing their reactions. That's what
Agreed.
because since I'm a person who keeps consuming media like Twitch, YouTube streamers now and then.
Hmm.
I personally feel like I would 100% follow you more if you show your face like on
Yeah.
stream.
No, I
I'm not
agree.
saying you have to do it immediately. I'm just saying like eventually.
No, for sure. Here's the let me just lay it down for you. The reason behind the setup you see now. When I first started last
Yeah,
year, actually November, October, November last year, the focus was on actually building. And if you see
yeah.
some of my live stream are 10, 12 hours, you know what I mean, 14 hours, just sitting there coding and having to interact. Yeah, I still interacted with viewers via chat. We would type in the chat and then I would continue my thing. So I wanted to focus on building. Basically, the challenge was to build 20 projects by the end of last month, which was
Okay.
May. So it was basically I didn't want to do a long session and then cut it down to 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then people would have
Got it.
the wrong sense of what's actually involved. And I wanted to show the real grind. Sometimes I would start a project and spend 5 hours, and then it would be completely trash. I would trash it, start over. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So to show the real
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
frustration behind vibe coding. So that's what So I didn't want to basically worry about camera angles and then talking and all that type of stuff. I wanted to focus on the coding.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Yeah.
fair. I mean,
Now
I'm just
that
saying like
Go
sorry,
ahead.
sorry. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, no, I was trying to explain like basically now the thing is since there are less number of viewers at the moment,
Hmm.
I feel like if you show your face, eventually it's going like you won't see it instantly, but I feel like your probability of you getting more viewers will be higher.
Oh,
Because
for sure.
that's what I've seen most of these streamers do.
Hmm.
And if the thing is, since you're spending like so many hours on create like 20 apps a lot, now wouldn't it be better if you had like in these 6 months you would have gained a let's say a tad bit more higher audience
Hmm.
if you had showed your face. That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to like pick point and say you could have done better. What I'm saying is, personally, like try to like just the second you'll probably realize the second you show your face, you'll be much more faster. You'll be, I guess, I wouldn't say faster, more like you'll see the viewers react to you more and stay on comments more. If you understand what
Hmm.
I'm saying.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, I agree. I agree with you 1,000%. And then that's always been the goal anyway. That the goal was always to transition. Now, what I'm going to do is basically do a recap, right? I've done a little bit of a recap here
Yeah,
of a couple of apps. Do a recap, and then now the real work starts now to actually deploy some of these projects and sell some of these projects because I already have some interest. People who are interested in purchasing some of the projects
all
that
right, all
I've
right.
built. They're super interested, and most of them,
That's
because I've
awesome.
built more than 20, but 20 are in MVP status. That means I can run them, I can demo them, uh, and
Got
the
it.
only thing now left to do is to deploy them and have beta testers, and who knows, put them on the marketplace. Maybe put them on acquisition.com or any of these platforms that you know that I could monetize or sell and
So you
launch some of
basically
these
made
myself.
20 products that you're ready to sell eventually. So like
Yeah.
you weren't really caring about the marketing the audience aspect at the moment. You were more into like the product itself. That's nice.
Yeah, exactly. Because yes, the I guess building the audience is going to be a byproduct of the whole process, because yes,
Yeah,
I'm
true,
not going to
true.
say no, right? I mean, if I get 1 million subscribers, by I don't know next year, which is wishful thinking, but It could happen, right? So let's say I got a bunch of subscribers
Yeah.
and then the ad revenue, the AdSense and all that. I'm not going to say no to it. I'm not going to throw it away. Of course, I'm going to monetize the channel, but that was never the
Yeah. Fair.
primary goal. The primary goal is to build in public and build solutions that are poised to solve real world problems and things that could bring value, whether they exist already. So that means uh, there's a vetting process that's been done because I'm not reinventing the wheel. A lot of these projects are, they exist already. But what I do is I modernize them and I put a sort of like an AI, because everybody's, leveraging the power of AI to make
Yeah. Use
things
the
a lot
power.
more, streamlined. So that's the point.
Yeah, like, what do you personally think about this whole like copy paste mentality? Like I feel like most people like, let's say you make an AI product which is really good.
Mhm.
That's like another five people who instantly start you make sloppy versions of yours because they realize you have a winning product. What what
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on it is for you to position yourself to be a thought leader and to be a forerunner. That's always going to be the case, okay? Because now it's even easier to copy your project within a day or two and then release it and undercut you. That means if you charge 9.99 for it and they're going to charge 7.99, and then if it's
Yes, yeah,
more or less, more or less the same feature, a lot of people will go for the 7.99 as opposed to the 9.99. But at the same time, if you have
true.
loyal followers, loyal customers, your 1,000 true fans, I'm not even really worried about it. Let me give you an example. Starbucks, right? You've been to Starbucks.
Yeah,
When
yeah, of course.
Starbucks, yeah, when Starbucks started, right? They started as a couple of guys who saw an opportunity to sell coffee beans, right? They get different
Yeah,
types of roast, dark roast, medium roast, all sorts of things, and they kept selling coffee beans. And at some point, they got a little coffee grinder and a coffee machine where they're selling the beans, and they started grinding and brewing a little pot of coffee, and with some
got it.
basically paper cups, now people could taste the coffee. And when people started tasting the coffee, they was like, "That's amazing. Are you thinking of selling, in bulk, or basically make coffee for people to grab on their way to work?" And everybody told them, "Nah, there were so many coffee shops. It's saturated. It's not worth it."
True, true.
But they did not
Hmm.
listen to these people that says there's a lot of coffee shops out there, and what's bigger than Starbucks? Now, Starbucks is
Yeah,
synonymous with coffee shop
Starbucks.
nowadays.
Yeah,
It could be any coffee shop.
true.
Let's
Yeah,
go to Starbucks, but it's not really Starbucks, but it's a coffee shop. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. Like they're basically the brand leader. Like coffee means Starbucks.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not really worried about copycats because an idea, as long as you can release it out there, share it, monetize it, and you're not super greedy where you're trying to shut down. Instead of spending my cash or my energy to go after competitors and to undercut
Yep.
them, I'd rather focus on the next project that's going to be even harder for them to replicate. So I'm not even going to focus on that. I'm going to
True.
say, you know
Okay.
what? Okay, if I release this thing and I break even and somebody wants to buy me out, I'll sell it and then launch another project and then keep it moving because I have ideas, I have execution, I know how to execute. So I'm not even worried about that. You see what I'm saying?
Got it, got it. So like you're basically in the grind mindset. You want to keep building.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Got it.
Build, build, build because everybody has ideas, right? And if you don't build it, nobody's going to see it and it's just going to be an idea in your head. It might sound
Yeah.
like this amazing thing, but it's going to be amazing in your head. Nobody's going to see it.
Okay. Can I like pitch my idea to you now? Because I made like the landing page for it, and now only I'm getting into like the integrities to like start it off. So
Uh,
would you be like down to hearing it?
Absolutely. Awesome. Pause for a second. Let me just go through the chat real quick and then when we
Yeah.
come back, you can talk to me about your idea. Okay, what do we
Yeah,
have
brother.
here? We say we have Xbard says I give you 40 with a 40 45. Yeah, close there. And okay, that's Nathan again. Okay, impressive man. Nathan, your birthday's coming up. All right, cool. So your birthday's in what? 4 days. Nathan is on June 12th. So you got to come on the stream so I could sing happy birthday to you, bro. So happy birthday. And Nathan said, thank you, bro, because Xbard says happy birthday. And Xbard says, would multi agent AI orchestration interest you at all as a concept? Yes, Xbard. In fact, the community that I'm building, we are going to address that. So you jump on the Discord server, okay? Send me a DM, so we'll talk about that. Definitely multi-agent, agentic work, whether it's N8N, make.com, or even open source options. So we can talk about all that. Xbard still says that's a new one on me. Stream Elements OBS here. Yeah, Xbard, try Meld Studio, MELD, D as in duck. MELD Studio. Try them out. It's a free OBS alternative, and it's freaking phenomenal. That's what I've been using for the past year, and I love it. It's great. It's still in beta on Windows, but I'm on Mac. So, but it was originally for Mac, but now they have a beta for Windows. Check it out. And Nathan said, "Good thing build gets done either you stream or not." Exactly, because there are a lot of builds that I don't actually stream, but I'm always building. Now I have 20 projects that I had put up as a challenge, right? So 20 projects until the end of the month. Last month, that's mission accomplished, but I ended up doing about 25, 26 projects, but 20 that I'm really proud of. So that was pretty cool. And it's amazing that I was able to achieve that because of AI. It would be impossible in any universe. Okay, maybe in a parallel universe, maybe in the fifth dimension, but at this particular point in time on this planet, in this universe, in the Milky Way, it was impossible for me to build 20 projects by myself. Okay, so AI, lifesaver, game changer. So Nathan said, yeah, you could totally steal my idea, but what you're saying, I see your morals, bro. Exactly. So it's not, I would never steal somebody's idea. If you have a great idea, you know, you need my help to implement, you need my help, you need to spitball and kind of collaborate. I'm always open to it, but stealing your idea, no, that's not me, never. Okay, Nathan again. Nathan is on fire in the chat room. Let's give it up for Nathan, guys. Nathan, you deserve a Nathan in the chat. And okay, you could totally steal. Okay, we already run that. Okay, the man who sold the shovels to the gold miners made more money than all of them. Exactly. Yes, you said it. Nathan said, well said. Okay, 23 brother, bet. All right, good. Xbard says, I have it figured, but I'm ADHD. Okay, no experience with bringing to market. That is not a problem because if you have any sort of hesitation, right? It's just a question of aligning yourself with a co-founder. Find yourself a couple of co-founders and find complementing skill sets. That way, whatever you're not good at, let them do it, and then share the glory. That's what I'm talking about. Xbart says AI has been a revelation for me as well, brother. Amen. Nathan says I enjoy talking to like minds. Exactly, like-minded people. You tend to accomplish a lot because, of course, you can be a solopreneur and you lock yourself up in a cave and then you build, but then nobody knows about it. You don't put it out there, and you become sort of like you function in an echo chamber, which is not good for your mental wealth. And this is why building in public is such a great thing. Now that I can sit here and have a conversation with you guys, I mean, it's amazing. It's phenomenal where we can share ideas. We can jump on the Discord, and right now, Shakti's in the Discord. Let's get back to my man, and he's going to talk about his project. And just, it's phenomenal that we can do that in real time. So, my brother, go ahead. The mic is yours. Tell me about your project.
Okay, all right. So the thing is, I'm new to coding, all right. So this is like my fifth project, and all the other projects are more like fail attempts. Like I tried my best, got it till like 80%, and then I kind of gave up because I'm like, let's try something different.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of my projects they weren't like the best ideas. They were just like me trying to figure out coding. So now I personally think since AI is growing so much, and people like AI builders a lot, especially like the general audience who don't know anything about AI and how they work. Like the reason why Bolt and Lovable is so big is because like obviously it's for a general audience, right? Nobody really thinks like a normal developer wouldn't want to use Bolt. No, like why would you want a weed project when there's cursor out there, there's windsurf out there that can do the same thing for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I that's why I think personally a product like Bolt would sell. But instead of creating an AI powered website builder, why not we create an AI powered like browser extension builder? Like
Mm-hmm.
have one particular software like website where you can put your prompt in, get an entire Chrome extension like file set, let's say your manifest, your background JS, all these files,
Mm-hmm.
and make sure it's packaged well for all the browsers out there. So like you put your prompt in, get your entire list of files, and now you're ready to like deploy it on Chrome, all the Chromium sites like Chromium uh,
Chrome-based
browsers like
browsers, right?
Chrome, yeah, Chromium based browsers like Chrome,
Exactly. Chrome, Opera,
Brave.
yeah, Opera.
Yeah, so it may sound silly to a developer because a developer's like, I can just cursor it. Why would I, do this? Why would I even need this website?
Yeah.
Which is why I feel like the general audience would probably benefit more because they will probably want to like they wouldn't even have their they wouldn't even imagine like, oh, I can make my own Chrome extension. That's not like
Mm,
something they would normally think of, right?
right.
And if you look at YouTube videos in general, for some reason, browser extensions tutorials are like lagging compared to website builders. So I
Yes.
personally think it's like a niche like product you could try selling to people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah,
And,
I
and
definitely see the
yeah,
idea because
give me a thought.
has that been done? I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, I did test all these Bolt, Lovable, V0. I tried all of them, and the thing is, the problem with them is they all, even if you tell them put a prompt saying create a Chrome extension, they always make a Vite project. They only make websites. They don't make a Chrome extension. If you ask
Right.
them literally create a Chrome extension, they'll only give you a Vite project telling app.ts. It's always the same format. They basically copied each other off.
Yeah, and you basically stuck on their platform because also it's a way for them to keep you on their even though you could download the code, right? For instance,
Yeah.
on Bold or in Lovable, you could still download the code and import it into let's say VS Code or Tray or Cursor or Windsurf. You could still do that,
Yep.
but like you said, they embrace a certain stack and then they're stuck. They're stuck with it. You can't really
Yeah.
customize
Because
it
I
that
think
much.
I personally I think because they wanna like immediately they want that whole deploy option to be the selling point. Because once you deploy a website, people think, oh, dude, I have my own website now. So that's why they want to have it in this Vite project format.
Right.
So you might ask, how are you going to preview a Chrome extension? That makes no sense, right? Like it's not easy to preview a Chrome extension just by having a coded editor, right? So
Hmm.
usually, I think people use iframes to like preview stuff.
Right.
I kind of looked it up. What I personally think the idea I got was like I kind of like just kept asking ChatGPT and Claude like what I can do about it,
Hmm.
and the preview option what they were giving initially was why don't you like add mocked Chrome APIs to like test the project, test the you know test the Chrome extension.
Right.
But that itself is probably going to be problematic, I think. So I don't think it'll be a really smart idea to like make mocked APIs. Instead, I think a good idea would be is to have a complementary Chrome extension,
Mm-hmm.
which kind of works like I think they call it as a user script manager. So
Right.
essentially, I think I can have my code. Once my code is created, I think I can send the files to the backend,
Mm-hmm.
which is connected to the Chrome extension, the complementary Chrome extension, and that code basically once it's connected to the backend,
Mm-hmm.
it can inject you can inject all the files inside the content script, making it like a Chrome extension testing tool. I'm not too sure if this architecture makes sense, but I think it will work if you give it
No, no,
if
it
I try
make
working on it.
yeah, it makes sense. It will work actually, because even though, for instance, if the thing about connecting your Chrome extension to mock data as mock API for testing, there's nothing wrong with that. So the only, for instance, right now,
Okay.
my extension, right? Let me see.
Yeah.
Are you seeing the screen right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
so
on stream.
I finally got it to work. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. Right now, I'm connected. It's not actually. It's kind of mock data, but it's connected to a real backend.
Okay.
The main thing is because I'm going to use Superbase, right,
All
to
right.
as the backend. But right now, when I'm developing, what I do is I use Docker locally, and I use
Got it.
Postgres SQL. So I'm actually hitting a real API on, but it's local. You see, so I can actually test it even if I'm not, hitting the API,
You're
hitting the
using the
back.
Chrome.
Exactly,
Okay.
I'm using Opera, but it's a Chromium browser, right? So
Yeah, I got it.
look at here. This is the all right. Can you see the extension right now?
Nope.
Okay,
Wait
it's
once.
gonna
Oh
pop up in
wait,
a
it just
second.
popped. Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah.
There you go. So
Whitelist, blacklist. Yeah.
yeah, so that's one of the features, right? So you see here where it says spam blocked. There you'll have the
Yep.
count. You'll have the count, and then now you could actually easily add, right? You could easily add. Let's say, Shakti, you say, hey, John, I've been sending you emails and stuff like that. I'm not coming through. So I could, instead of going to my inbox, if I'm already here, I'm working, I could just pop here and whitelist you, right?
Got it. All right. So just to like be sure.
Exactly. So it's right there. So also, if you want to blacklist something manually, then you add it here manually, and then there's going to be more features that we're going to add. Also here, this is where the crowdsourcing part of the inbox. Okay, this is the crowdsourcing part.
Yeah.
Once I flag everything as spam, this is not here yet. This is just the blacklist where we could, but report spam. Once I do report spam, right? If I report in any email address as spam, if you using Guardian Inbox or anybody using Guardian Inbox, they're automatically part of the
Yep.
loop. That means that email address won't be able to send an email to anybody who's using my system. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, but my doubt is like, do I get to see the emails? Like, let's say if there's a list of 100 emails that are blacklisted now.
hmm
Is it possible for me to see all 100 emails, or is it like only the emails that pertains to your like account?
You'll be able to see them. There'll be a repository. You'll be able to have, let's
All
say,
right, got it.
a
Okay,
quarantine folder. You could say, okay, and you have two options. You could delete right away or send to quarantine. Especially for businesses, I think I mean, for everybody really, it's important to have a quarantine folder just in case there are false flags, right? If somebody
yeah,
says, "Well, I sent you an email, but I ended up in your, in your spam box," if you delete it immediately, but then there's no way for you to actually now go and flag it as safe. So that
yeah, got it.
quarantine is there as a safeguard to make sure that you don't inadvertently block people that are basically sometimes they will be blocked because they might be sharing a server, right, that shares the same IP address with a spammer, and all of a sudden
Got
you
it.
are, by association, you get blocked also because you're sharing the same IP address with a spammer. That happens sometimes.
Okay, can I ask like two questions that like from a general audience point of view?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead. Shoot.
So like pertaining to the product. Okay, for example, now first thing is, what if someone just comes to you and asks, "Hey, why can't I just use a normal spam folder? Why should I trust yours?" If they ask you something like that, what would you answer?
My killer feature. My killer feature is basically the reason it's different. Try to go to Google, okay? Get a
Got it.
spam email, right? Flag it as a spam. What happens? It's flagged as spam just for you. But
Yeah,
with
but the audience wants to know like what's different from like how Google itself kind of like blocks few emails.
mhm.
What's the filtration system between Google? Like, what's the difference between Google's filters and your filters? That's what they would probably want to ask you.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
And would
the
you?
difference is
Yeah,
Google's filter system is personal. It's only tied to you. Whenever you filter, right? It basically catches your filter. But with my system, when you capture a filter, it
got it.
propagates it through the whole system. You understand? That's the major
Yeah, yeah, I understand.
difference. That's the killer feature right there. I mean, if I get a spam email and I flag it, that email address won't be able to send email to you either, even though you didn't flag it. Do you understand?
Yeah, got it.
Yeah,
But
that's
what
the
if
killer
someone's
feature.
okay, two more doubts.
Yep.
What if, like, let's say I'm getting spam message, like, marketing messages from a certain company.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's say I block this particular company. Let's say it's a big company.
Yep.
Now, wouldn't that company be try to like attack you because you are ruining their marketing campaign?
No, because of course I have to be compliant. I have to look at the legalities. Of course, lawyers would be involved, and I have to be GDPR
Yeah.
compliant. I have
So
to, especially the European Union, they're very strict about privacy laws and stuff like that. They
yeah.
can, right? They can come after me, but as long as I'm not encroaching on their business directly, that has nothing to do with me. If they send
No,
emails,
no.
here's the law. And let me explain to you for a second. Here's the law, right? The law
Sorry.
says if, for instance, I subscribe to your newsletter, I opt in, and I basically, you send a confirmation email and I confirm, now I opt in. And if I decide not to
Got it.
receive your newsletter anymore, then I could unsubscribe. That doesn't penalize me.
Yep.
But if you're sending a lot of spam and you start getting flagged as spam, that is not on me. That means you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing. And if you can prove that you basically, maybe there was an intrusion, maybe your email server was spoofed, maybe it wasn't your own doing. Of
Mm.
course, with auditing, with forensic auditing, we can see easily what's happening, whether there was an intrusion or not. So therefore, you can submit a request and say, hey, I'd like a review of my status because my emails are bouncing at an abnormal rate. So let's sit down and do an audit and see if we can basically mark you as safe, or you still mark
Got
as
it.
spammy until you fix the problem.
No, so you're basically telling me a person cannot like opt someone as spam just because this person's spammy.
Yes,
Like, for example,
it's
to
possible.
keep it simple, like, let's say, yeah, let's say I'm a person who subscribed to this. Let's say I got a product from this particular website,
Mm-hmm.
and that thereby indirectly made me subscribe to their newsletter.
Mm-hmm.
Now I keep getting, let's say, at least 5 to 6 emails every week. That kind of, supposedly, that, let's say that it just annoys me. Instead of unsubscribing, I end up actually just reporting this email using your app.
Mm-hmm.
Will that cause an issue? That's what I'm trying to ask. That's like my main
Okay.
doubt.
I'm glad you asked that because
Yeah.
there's a contingency for that. We're not going to, in that particular case, right? Because we're gonna reference against. In fact, let me go back to here. Let me show you real quick. What we're gonna do is basically we're going to have a threshold. So we're not gonna basically blanket. Um, blanket report every single interaction as spam. Okay, there are
Got it.
certain email lists, people who sell, email lists that will be able to, for instance, if you look at the screen right now, you'll see what I'm talking about. So, active block
Yeah, the
list
block list.
sources,
Yeah.
right? You have Spam House, you have malware domain list, you have Fish Tank, and SirBL. So, and then there are more. Okay, so once we plug into those
Okay.
lists, if you're not part of that list, okay, there's
Mhm.
another procedure for you. That means if you, in fact, will encourage our users to be diligent about that as well. If it's just in the case where you said you're getting 5 emails from somebody you had already opted in, okay, and here's the key:
Yeah.
the fact that you had already opted in, your report will be null and void because you had already opted in. All you got to do is unsubscribe, and then
Got
the
it.
problem will stop, right? So we'll
So
encourage
you
you.
would have to still like you would have to still like explain to your customer, hey, or like your user, hey, you are subscribed to this, so just unsubscribe. You just have to like send them a message
E-
like that. If I'm
Exactly.
right.
Therefore, you don't
Got it. Okay.
penalize a legitimate business because now it'll,
Legitimate
yeah,
business.
yeah, it wouldn't be at first. But also we have a human in the loop as well, right? So that means we, as a company, if you think you've been wrongly flagged, you can literally reach out to us and say, hey, I'd like a review. And the human in the loop
Got it.
will take on your account and say, okay, we need to do a forensic audit rather, and at this particular point we'll review, and if it's a case where you were wrongly flagged, then of course you're reinstated, because we're there to protect not just the user but also the businesses as well, because also we're going to be selling the system to businesses, b2b, b2c, so win-win, right?
Yeah. Got it.
Exactly. All right, Max.
That's
Welcome.
amazing, dude. That's actually
Welcome.
insane.
Sorry, Shakti. Again, pause for a second. Welcome to the stream, brother. Thank you. He says nice voice. So I think he's talking about your voice, Shakti. He likes your voice.
Nah, he's not.
Thank you, bro. So, hey, drop a like if you guys are coming into the stream. Remember, we're here to share information, to share knowledge. So the more likes we get, the more YouTube is going to push the stream to more people. And we're on road to 500 subscribers. So do your guy a favor, subscribe to the channel, join the Discord server, and engage. Right now, we got a few people in the chat. All right. So come on, have fun. And if you want to jump on the Discord server and talk to me, we are here talking to Shakti. So go ahead, Shakti.
Okay, one last question to you about your product.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, what do you have a certain like a marketing method, like sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a certain like element where you're trying to like encrypt as much as possible of all the data you're getting? Because when it comes to emails, so it's like example, let's say you have your Expo app. I'm assuming I'll get a box telling this app wants to read your emails. Are you sure about that? So
Oh,
how are you
right.
planning to tell your audience, hey, I'm actually encrypting all the data, it's all safe? Like that's like, do you have any kind of feature for that? Like, how do you plan to do that?
Yes. First of
Like,
all, in this day and
yeah,
age, in 2025, in the 21st century, it's a must to be compliant and to be completely above board, to make sure when they install the application, all these things we need access to this, to that, to that, to that. And if you look at the screen right now, I'm wiggling my pointer. You see this section here?
once again, where exactly settings?
There's probably a delay on the stream, but my cursor is enlarged. Can you see it? You see where it says linked providers?
Oh, wait, one moment. It's fine. That's slow. One second.
Yeah, it's been kind of buggy lately where the stream is super laggy. It's way behind. Let me see here.
Where's the cursor exactly? Is it the top left corner?
Bottom
Am I
left.
blind? What? Okay.
No, it's at the bottom left.
Yeah, I see settings, protective protection active. Yeah, is that the point you're talking about?
Linked providers. You see that?
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. So yeah, where am I looking? Yeah, Gmail,
Yeah,
Outlook, Yahoo. Yeah, yeah.
exactly. So you see,
Sorry,
now,
I was looking at the bottom left corner. I'm like, wait, where is it?
okay, like here, the no, it's right here. So you see Gmail, Outlook, and Yahoo, right? So there'll be more providers here.
Yep, yep,
So here, the minute you click that, let's say you want access to your Gmail, and you see that in a lot of apps. If you want to connect to your, to your GitHub, or if you want to give access to your Gmail account, you'll see those pop-ups, right? To ask you for
yep, yep.
access. So it's no different. So there's nothing hidden, and it'll be very clear that this particular access point, we do not store anything from your inbox to ours. It's basically it scans the email before it reaches your inbox, and it's not stored anywhere. So it has to be that way. It has to
Got
be
it.
compliant. We can't read your emails. We don't know what's going on. All we do is that we cross reference not just the email address, but the header. There are certain key metrics that the AI, the LLM, will analyze. Your
Got it.
timestamp, your time zone, your email address, your server, your geographical location. That will basically say what's the probability of this being spam. Then it'll be categorized, and the dashboard will indicate all that. Whether it's probability, we want to be in the 90%. If we're lower than 90%, then that means we're not being efficient. So when we train the LLM, right, before full
Yeah,
deployment, we have to make sure we're in the high 90 percentile. That way we know we're not going to get too many false flags. It doesn't mean it's going to be perfect, because nothing's 100% perfect, but we want to be as high as
yeah.
possible. That way,
Right.
you can rest assured that spam flags are going to be as truthful as possible.
Got it. Yeah, that's all the questions I got, to be honest. But yeah, that's
Cool. Yeah. No. Hey, listen,
insane,
man.
dude.
These are all good questions. These are all amazing questions. For instance, here you see where it says email accounts. You can plug in an email account here, your IMAP settings, and what I'm gonna do now, what's missing is ports. For instance, for a business, if you want to plug into your
Yep,
own internal email server, I'm sure your IT can configure your server to certain ports. In and out, right? So we can
you got
actually,
it.
you'll have the port. So you could plug in your ports here. You say, port 5197 and 8880, whatever. And then these are the ports you'll be able
Mm.
to configure here. So it's pretty much, I thought about a lot of the things that already exist on the market, and how can I make it better?
Is there any competitor? Like, do you have a competitor right now for this particular product, or it's like this
No,
is completely unique?
completely unique.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, and the fact that AI is going to drive it, it's going to make it even. And remember, with the LLM, the more we use it, the
Yep,
more accurate it's going to get. And let me show you, this is where also I've already implemented. See the ML model management. So
yep. Yeah, I
this
see
is
that.
where I'll be able to train my own model. So it's going to be an agent that specifically, so it's going to be it's going to be fine tuned to recognize these things, and it's not going to be sort of
But
like
uh, but
a
if you're selling
general.
to the if you're selling to the general audience, would you do you think they would want to see this? But let's say
uh
I'm a
no, this is just
uh
for, this is the
20-year old
admin.
who just wants to
Yeah, no,
also
this is,
add. Oh, okay, all right.
yeah, this is the overview. This is the super admin, right? No one's going to have access to that except this
Okay, all right. So I was
the
confused.
platform itself. Yeah. So here, what you see on the sidebar, right? It's going to be role based,
Yep.
right? So if you're a super admin, this is what you'll see. But let's say if you were a
Okay.
client who basically wants to, well, you'll see your email queue, spam analytics, email protection in your dashboard. That's it. You won't really see much, and you'll have, activity log and your settings just for your account. To change your password. Payment, history, that type of stuff. But when it comes to an overview of the whole system to see how things work, this is the super
Mm.
admin view, the God view.
Would you consider giving the super admins to like company heads, like let's say someone who the heads who are like managing the, let's say, the mailing system of the company? Would you do that? Would you
Um,
consider doing that?
well, that's part of the plan as well, because what's going to happen is, oh, my camera was off. What's going to happen is, there are two options, right? There's the option to use the system as a SaaS, right? That means if a company doesn't have
Got
the
it.
manpower to maintain it and then to train the LLM to do all these sorts of things, you plug into our system. You pay a monthly or a certain amount per seat, or you pay a yearly
Yep.
fee, or we can customize a package for you, but we manage everything for you. That way, you don't have access to the super admin. But if you want to purchase if you want a deployment, basically you purchase the system, we install it for you, we train your team to run it, and that way, of course, now you have full access. That means your super admin is yours. But if it's just a SaaS, you don't have access to the super admin. If you want access to the super admin, you have to
Got it.
purchase the bundle, and we install it on your own server. We train your team to run it. That's the only way.
Okay, got it. That's nice. Like
Yeah.
also, okay, one last question. This
Hmm.
will be my last one. I don't want to keep bothering. And you got to work on it, right? So,
Yeah. No,
am
it's
I
good.
bothering you?
No,
I
no, no,
hope
no,
I'm
not
not.
at all, not at all. Because this is what it's all about. Okay, what it's all about is basically sharing ideas, and the fact now that you're asking pertinent questions, you're asking really good questions, and these are questions that people are
Okay.
going to ask. You know, and I have to be able to answer these questions. And yeah, I've thought about, and as you can see, the questions you answer me, I have answers for those. And the fact is,
Yeah.
the matter is, the fact that I'm the builder, I know what functions that will make it a killer app. I know which functions might, but also I don't know everything. So you might have an idea. Say, did you think about that? I'm like, wow, I didn't really think about that, because my perception right now, I'm so focused on the features that I had envisioned, right? Because in anyway, it's just an MVP.
Yep.
But by V1, V2, there'll be more features. Even V2, I was talking to one of my partners earlier, who's a marketing genius, and we were talking about maybe
Okay.
do it for SMS or for WhatsApp or for regular telephone calls. You know what I mean? And it's now we can have other features to kind of branch into other things, but at the same time, the foundation has to be strong first. I can't start building features
True.
on top of a shaky, platform. The core feature has to be super solid. That's because now the community flag feature that basically will allow you to flag something and everybody gets in the loop, meaning now you do it once and then everybody benefits. And within the framework, like we discussed earlier, within the framework and fairness, that you don't start blanket blocking people just for the sake of blocking people, unless they're on one of those lists of spammers. There's always going to be,
Yep.
okay, before we actually flag this guy system wide, let's do an analysis. Now, if 10 people a day start, flagging the same email address, well, clearly where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yes. Yeah. True.
Yeah. But if it's just
Would you
one
consider?
flag,
Sorry. Sorry.
yeah, if it's just one flag, right, then we can't take that for cash. We have to investigate. Now, the AI will say, okay, let's keep an eye on that. Okay, this is a potential. Okay, two people. Okay, all right. It's getting a little serious. Three people. All right, 10 people. Okay, let's investigate. Is this email address on a purchased list? Is this email address somehow fell through the cracks? And this is a new kid on the block who's spamming people because he's got a new product out there. But then, yeah, we take the proper action to flag it properly. But we won't just blanket flag everything on the first alert. It
Got it.
wouldn't be fair.
Okay, all right. That's amazing, dude.
Thanks, man. Hey, listen, man. Thank you for coming into the stream because a lot of guys are shy to come in and talk to me, but I appreciate you, and definitely for your
Yeah, I had fun
project.
talking to you also.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'll try working on my project, and if I can, I'll try to showing you like how it's going on, like how I'm doing so far.
Please, yes, yeah. Keep
I'll try
me.
to like yeah, is
Mm,
I'll try to stay active on the Discord server.
yes, but yeah, much appreciated. And again, there's a showcase. There's a showcase channel. You can post your screenshots there. Just we're trying to create some engagement. There's another project that's coming up as well, which is not ready to receive whoever's on my Discord right now, but we're probably gonna try to merge those two together or be part of both. I don't know yet how I'm gonna do it, but it's a big thing coming up. I can't really talk about it just yet, but there'll be a lot of
Okay,
opportunities
okay,
to collaborate. You know what I mean? To find co-founders and maybe even have investors on board
all
to
right.
sort of like have pitch day, to have hackathons. Maybe if your project is worthy of investment, somebody might say, hey, we really like your
Okay,
project, do you want to sell it, or do you want us to invest to build it? So this is what spoiler alert, this is kind of like what's in the pipeline, but I can't really say much about it.
got it. All right. I'll stay tuned to it. Okay, I'll be there. I'll be here
Oh,
on Discord. Don't worry.
awesome, awesome. Hey man, listen, let's get out of here. I appreciate you. Thank you for dropping by.
Yeah,
Thank
all
you for
right.
tuning in, and I'll
Thank
talk
you,
to you
dude.
soon. All right.
Take care.
All right, take care, brother. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, fellas. So, hey, that was a great conversation with Shakti here on the pod, on the live stream, and we got Ravion. Ravion on the. I guess it's your first time here, Ravion. Let me give you a Don DeMarco. Welcome, brother. Here you go. Bum, 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 bum. In fact, let me give you a Law and Order since it's your first time here. How you doing, brother? So what am I building? What's this? SaaS, the training a model based on yes, King, gang. Yes, bro. Hey, I'm doing awesome. It's a beautiful day. We're building in public. We're building a lot of interesting, uh, uh, a lot of interesting AI builds that solve real world problems. And it couldn't be easier to start building projects at this particular time. So this SaaS right here you're seeing, it could be a SaaS, or an organization could choose to purchase it outright to run themselves. It's a spam filter that's AI powered, that has a um, a community, okay, a crowdsourcing feature where if you and I, Ravion, if we use the app, okay, we all both members, we use the same app, which is Guardian Inbox. If you flag an email as spam, the minute you flag it, of course, it has to be a legitimate flag. If that email is on a list of known spam senders, automatically I don't have to spam it to flag it as spam myself. It'll automatically be pushed to me. I'll automatically know that this is a spam, and I don't have to do anything. That means that email address won't be able to send email to me or to you or anybody who uses the platform. So that is the premise of the app. And right now, I was actually in the process of building the Chrome extension. The Chrome extension is finally running. It was kind of buggy. I need to add more features to it. Right now, you can whitelist things right from the extension. Let me bring it up for you. You can, there you go. There's a Guardian inbox extension. You'll be able to see number of spams blocked. You'll have a pop up also to indicate, what's going on. You'll be able to whitelist things, blacklist things manually, or report spam right from the uh, pop up. So this is what it's all about. All right, Shakti, thank you, brother. Yeah, thank you for having me. I forgot to say, if you need any beta testers, I'm here. Take care. Bye. Yes, definitely. You are in the family now, brother. So as you're in the Discord server, once we're ready to go, beta, definitely everybody will have a chance to come in and test the not just this project. Remember, we have 20 projects on deck. So 20 projects that I build over the past 6 months. That was the challenge. Build 20 SaaS projects, build 20 projects in a very short time. That's literally impossible a couple of years ago. But now we're able to do that with the power of AI. So 20 plus projects, and there'll be a lot of opportunities to test, to be part of the movement. And also we'll be launching a bigger community soon. We'll have classes, we'll have lectures, we'll have hackathons, we'll have so many different things, so many activities. Okay, incentives. Just stay tuned. Okay, when you come into the stream, guys, drop a like, subscribe to the channel, and we are ready to build and make money, build wealth. Not just make money, but build wealth, because wealth, it could also be a community, your network, your net worth, all that. We want to be able to build a strong community where we all help each other to grow in the age of AI. Okay, so Xbard, what's up? Yes. Thank you. Yes, Shakti, definitely. He came. He asked really good questions. We had a really good conversation. So thank you again, brother. Thank you for dropping on the stream. So if you're dropping in, guys, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. We are here. Xbard. Yeah, thanks, bro. It's important to be open minded as well. It's important to be kind. It's important to not to be selfish. It's important to share, because knowledge is there to be shared. What good is it if I have the little bit of knowledge that I have, if I hang on to it and do nothing significant with it? So in the spirit of sharing, we have to help each other. Okay, I don't know everything. In fact, I don't know anything. But the little bit that I know, I might know a little bit than, the next guy. And somebody who might come into the stream know more than me. And I'm more than happy to learn from them. Okay. And what I learned from them, and I can pass it on to the guy behind me that basically knows less than me. That's how it is. There's always going to be somebody who knows more than you. There's always going to be somebody who knows less than you. Therefore, you stay in your lane. You keep your ears and eyes open. You learn, you grow, you share, and you grow and you learn more. This is the way of the future. You can't be selfish. This is why I'm building in public, because I could easily just lock myself behind closed doors and build, and nobody would know what I'm doing. And we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. We wouldn't be here listening to me or you guys in the chat just, sharing your story, uh, Shakti sharing his project ideas. It's amazing because, again, we're not going to stop. And you're right, Nathan. We don't stop. We're not going to stop until we make it to the top. Exactly. You know? So, yeah, you're right, Xbar. It makes AI the perfect partner for you, because now AI is the perfect partner because it's not going to judge you. Okay? It's not going to tell you you're stupid. It's not going to tell you, no, that's a bad idea. You can't do it. Just do it. Okay? If you're solving real problems, creating real solutions for real problems, you're going to win. Trust me. Exactly. Improvise, adapt, overcome, right? IAO. Yes. Because if you don't try, you'll never know. So you got to keep trying. You got to improvise, adapt, overcome, and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Just keep the ball rolling, keep it going. So yeah, guys. So as you can see, I have the Chrome extension running. So the Chrome extension will basically live in your browser. I mean, right now it's not styled properly, but it'll be, you know, we'll put some CSS, make it nice, because right now it's just a plain old extension. I don't even have the icons, the proper icons yet. And then there'll be more features to report spam, to do certain things. So this is the skeleton of it. It's already connected to the back end. I'm not connected to Superbase remotely, but I'm running Superbase locally via Docker. So it's pretty economical. Also, I don't have to keep hitting Superbase's server. It's economical in terms of, in terms of resources, but also in terms of latency. Because right now there's no latency. I'm basically my server is on my machine. So whatever I do, I can iterate right away. I don't have to wait for, to push to Superbase, and then there's that lag. So I don't have to deal with that. Okay, Vibe Code org. Yes, Vibe Code for life, baby. Absolutely. Vibe Code org. Listen, brother, you come into the stream, you know what to do. Smash the like button, because we want to push the stream to as many people as possible. We're on road to 500 subscribers, guys, and we're gonna make it by the end of the month. That's the goal. But hopefully we'll hit it before that. But we want to hit 500 subscribers by the end of the month. And the more likes we have, the more engagement. You know what I mean? We can basically push things. The community will grow. We'll be able to, again, remember, big things are coming up. Announcements are forthcoming. We'll be able to share a lot more. We'll be able to have a lot of activities, lectures, you know what I mean, workshops, all sorts of different things for vibe coders, vibe marketers. We'll have special guest lecturers. We'll create some courses as well, for those who are interested in leveling up their game. So definitely, this is where we're headed. Vibe coding for life. Let's go. Let's effing go, baby. And this is where we are. And remember, the Discord server is wide open. If you want to come and talk to me, come on, jump in. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk about AI, vibe coding, vibe marketing, and LLMs, and anything in between. Don't be shy. Come and talk to me. All right. Let me hydrate. A little water break, but I'm here. Keep the comments coming. Drop a like. Subscribe to the channel. Your boy is right here. And here we go. Law and order. Yes, 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 yes. Put your hands together for everybody in the chat, because you guys are freaking amazing. Because you're keeping the engagement high. You're commenting. You're sending requests. But hey, don't be shy. Come onto the Discord server and talk to me. Let me grab some water. I'm right here. Yeah, definitely. There's quite a few videos. I don't even know how many. I think there's over 100 videos right now. So yeah, you got a lot to catch up to, bro. But welcome, watch, comment. Xbard, what's up, bro?
How's it going?
Hey, good man. I'm having a beautiful day, and thank you for stopping by. And then you keeping the engagement really high in the chat. I appreciate you.
No problem at all. No problem. You were my first stop when I went looking for vibe coding
For
on
real?
on YouTube.
Nice.
Yeah, I had just come around to the idea myself. Now I'm in my early 50s. I'm 51. Um,
Okay.
and I had just come around to the idea that some of what I was doing. Um, I should probably be putting on YouTube. So I created a YouTube
Hmm.
channel, etc., etc. And um, and I thought, okay, let's see what everyone else in this space is doing, because that's a smart thing to do if you're thinking of moving into any given space.
Hmm.
So you were my first up, and nice to meet you. Hi.
I'm honored. Yeah. Hi, Xbard. You have pleasure meeting you, brother. And it's always good to find like-minded people because we kind of gravitate toward
Indeed.
each other. You know what I mean? And the name of the game, like I said, is share. Is to share the knowledge. You know, the little that I know, if I can help you along the journey, and if I could learn
I
something
have
from
a
you,
feeling there's quite a
win-win,
bit
right?
you can teach me, certainly. Yeah, I'm looking forward to, as I say, I've quite a few videos to watch, it would seem. I do see you were, you weren't shy of the camera in the past, is that,
Yeah.
am I correct? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, exactly. But you know, in fact, the reason that I'm not camera shy at all because I worked in the entertainment
No, you're
industry.
not clearly.
Exactly.
You're all set up there, man.
Yeah, but the main point is, you know, I didn't show my face for the first 100 videos or whatever it is now. That's because that was the plan all along to focus on the vibe coding. And the
You
goal
have
that I had
to know.
set for myself is to build these 20 projects, right? 20, build my startup, build 20 projects
Yeah,
up until the end of last month, and mission accomplished. Now I'm going to transition to front facing camera and have more engagement. And like Shakti mentioned earlier, it's going to be it's going to be a revelation, and you know, it's going to be glorious. And you know,
same
getting ready
here.
to grow and have fun. You know,
Yeah, man. So, where in the US are you, if you don't mind me asking? Just, east, west,
uh, East
north, south?
East Coast, but I'm actually not in the states right now. I'm
Ah,
from the East Coast. I'm from the East Coast. I'm from New York. But I haven't, truthfully, I haven't lived home, and geez, in a long freaking time, bro. Because I've been
okay.
traveling because the world is a big place. It's a beautiful place. And
It is indeed,
just to
yeah.
give you a little bit of a backstory, you know, to keep a long story short, I've always
No,
thought,
make the long story long. I enjoy the story.
yeah, you know, I've always thought about traveling. You know, this bug started when I was actually 5 years old. I remember it's clear as day. You know, and I told my pops, you know, one day I'm going to live in this place, and that place. And what
Mhm.
sparked all that? Where about you? Where you at? Are you in the States?
No, I'm in Ireland.
Ireland.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Cause you know, there's one place that I haven't visited yet. I've been to the UK. I've been to, you know, England. I haven't been to Ireland yet. It's
Mhm.
beautiful, beautiful place. So what ended up happening, right? Because back in the day, I don't know if you had the same culture in Ireland where you know, kung fu movies was huge in our community where we would watch these old kung fu movies, right? Where the dialogue is all
Yeah.
out of sync. I don't know if you've seen those.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The guy he punches somebody and then you half a second later and then you hear the punch, that type of stuff. So
Yeah.
so exactly, you know, Bruce Lee, man, Enter the Dragon and all that, you know. And I used to watch these movies with my pops, especially on Saturdays, right? After, you know, Saturday morning cartoons. Then, you know, you go out, you go biking, whatever. And then late afternoon, early evening, you watch, you know, those Bruce Lee movies, you watch these Kung Fu movies, right? And I always told my
Yeah.
pops, you know, one day, because we used to see, you know, ships, these sailing boats, you know, into the Bay of Hong Kong, you know,
Yeah.
Singapore,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, Shanghai,
Mm.
and you see all, and I, you know,
Mm.
I always told my pops, one day I'm gonna visit these places, and better yet, I'm gonna live in one of these places. And guess what?
Yeah, man. I can see it.
Yeah. And bro, it happened. In fact, to put it in perspective for you,
Yeah.
my ex-wife was Chinese, you know.
Hmm.
We were together. We were
Yeah.
married for 21 years, and of course, sadly, you know, sometimes, you know, shit happens, right?
Life
Uh,
happens. Yeah. Yeah.
exactly. But I lived in China. I lived in Taiwan. I lived in Singapore. I lived in Malaysia. I lived in Macau, Taipei,
Right.
Taiwan. I lived in Dubai. I lived in Thailand. I lived in Vietnam. I lived in where Kuala Lumpur. Where else? What am I missing?
Yeah.
Anyways, Jakarta, Indonesia, Bali. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So all these places I used to see in those old kung fu movies.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Yeah.
experienced all those.
And you can only move around all those places by achieving a level of success that uh, is obvious.
Yeah, definitely. Truth be told, I've been wealthy, I've been poor, I've been okay.
Good.
And the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter where I am. My attitude is not dependent on my standing in life or the heft of my
Yeah.
bank account.
Too many people see life primarily as a status game and little else.
Exactly. And that's not, I mean, look, whether you're wearing, a $5,000, pair of
And each their own,
Italian
absolutely, yeah.
shoes, or I'm wearing, a freaking thrift shop pair of beat up shoes,
Yeah.
I still get to the same distance. I walk on my own 2 feet, and you walk on your own
And
2 feet. It don't make a difference, you know. Okay, Ravion. It says the kung fu movies. Yeah, that comedy. I know, but back in the day, it wasn't comedy. It was real. We really enjoyed that shit. He said, "Did you learn kung fu?" By the way, no, I never learned kung fu, but I learned Tai Chi, and I train in Muay Thai because I lived in Thailand for a little bit. So I train in Muay Thai boxing for 5 years. But I never fought professionally. But I really enjoyed Muay Thai. Great sport. Yeah. So X Bard, go ahead. So brother, what do you want to talk to me about? Talk to me.
sorry. Okay. Where to begin? Um, so I suppose I'll give you some very brief background about me. 51, divorced, two kids, ADHD, which is a combination of autism and ADHD, right?
Mm,
Now,
right.
the easiest way to explain that is that there are physical structural differences in the makeup of my, physical structural brain, um, that are different enough from most people's to mean that I just think rather differently.
Okay.
And that has many disadvantages, but I'm finding these days that it has more and more advantages now that tech has kind of caught up, if you get my
Mm-hmm.
drift.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm an ex military aircraft mechanic. Um, what else do I want to tell you that
Awesome.
might be important?
Yeah. And in fact,
Nothing else.
my father is an ex aircraft mechanic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And remember now, this was the Irish military, not the American military. There is,
Right.
rather a difference. Now, I served in Kosovo with many fine American servicemen, and I have nothing but respect for
That was in the
anyone who's ever.
80s. That was in the 80s, right? The during the war, the conflict.
I served in Kosovo. God, when was that? I was sitting on the top of an APC when the planes hit the towers. When the
Whoa.
plane struck the towers, and I knew there and then. Now that's a crazy place to be when something like that happens, and particularly if you're the kind of person with my neurotype who tends to notice
Yeah.
pretty much everything. So that was a crazy experience, and I was kind of glad I was there at the time to see it happen. But I knew everything was changing, and I had a rough outline of how things would change. But AI was an absolute revelation, a joyful revelation to someone with
Hmm.
my particular skill set. You know,
For sure.
so I'm retired now, and I've been basically divorced and raising my two ADHD kids here with me,
Wow.
um, for the last several years now, and learning,
Hmm.
constantly learning. And I don't know, you probably know David Shapiro on YouTube.
Of course. Yeah. Very
Yeah,
famous
well,
YouTuber. Yes.
yeah, well, when I discovered, you see, I wasn't diagnosed until very late in life, and it was a monumental upheaval, as you might imagine. So I was casting around for people who were autistic on YouTube, and Dave Shapiro was one of the very first people I landed on.
Hmm.
And at the time, it was just towards the end of the GPT-2 run,
Right.
And I was like, oh, I really like what he's doing here. I'm really into this. And I basically started, downloading his GitHub projects, following along, um, playing with Discord bots, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as I say, learning to vibe code from the get go, from the moment GPT-3 dropped.
Awesome.
So where I'm at now, to catch you right up, if I just go back into AI Studio
Mm-hmm.
and bear with me for one moment, and one of the
No
no,
problem.
no, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Take your time.
agentic. What did I do? Yeah, take me a second to bring. Uh, I have so many projects on the go. You see, with the ADHD element, you tend to flip from project to project to project. They all get done eventually, but
Right. Yeah, of
um,
course.
yeah. So I have about 7 of them on the go at the moment. So let me find the right window. Multi-agent orchestration.
Mm-hmm.
So uh, it might be just easiest. What I'll do for you is just give you ChatGPT in a window in Discord.
Yeah,
You can
I'm
read.
losing I'm using your voice a little bit, Xbot. I don't know if you're further away from your mic, so you got to speak up a
Sorry,
little
yeah,
bit.
I turned my face away
That's
from the
why.
mic. I'm just going to capture ChatGPT for you,
Okay. Hmm.
and yeah, and I'm going to capture that and go live because
There we go.
ChatGPT will just you can read it yourself.
Yep.
Um,
Okay. Watching stream. Here we go.
Project Async Orchestrator, is that what you're looking at?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Okay, and can you read it?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, let me blow it up here. Let's get some screen real estate. And yep, I can read it. Okay, what do we have here? Problem in vision. Okay. So this is pretty much what you're working on currently, yeah?
This is what I've just uh, ideally bringing to. I'm almost done at this point.
Okay. That's awesome. Okay, boom. Okay, I can see what's going on. Challenge. Okay, single, triage and routing. Okay, API content. Okay, I'm kind of skimming through right now. Okay, excellent multi-agent collaborative engine. Okay, role, prompt, parallel function. Yes. Okay, resilience, critical. Okay, fallback logic. Okay, keep going. Okay, tech stack. Let me see. Okay, Python. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Cool. That sounds very interesting. So, so you're in the process of spinning this project, yeah?
Yes.
Awesome. That's beautiful. So, what's the end goal?
Good Lord. Um, of this particular one, this is the agent orchestrator. This, you see, this spun out of their oh God, I can't even begin to define the end goal. This was a project that spun out of a project towards the end goal, which I suppose is um, post. Well, yeah, let's
Hmm.
not get into that now. Maybe it's not the time.
Okay, no problem. But I think now I guess the proper step, right, to take is once you have that, I guess we could call that a PRD, right? Once you have the PRD, now it's create a roadmap to start actualizing the project, whether you're going to use Cursor or Windsurf or VS Code with a plugin, an
So
extension like Augment or Zencoder, then start implementing. What is your tool of choice? Have you chosen anything yet to start building your projects?
I've been using VS Code.
Okay. And what about the AI coding assistant? What do you use for that?
Essentially, what I've been doing is bouncing one off the other. So I would be subscribed to Gemini and Claude and ChatGPT,
Okay.
and I would use their top models as a kind of, and I would be essentially no more than the orchestrator,
Okay.
um, project orchestrator. So I would be serving messages between them in such a way as they fell into a natural rhythm almost of token conservation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, all sorts of amazing things started to happen for me by just simply acting as the orchestrator, almost the conductor. Um, uh, yeah.
Got you. If I may, I got a suggestion for you. Um,
Mhm.
ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, great APIs, right? You could do a lot with those. I
Mhm.
think right now, what you probably lack a little bit is a bit of focus. Although myself, I lack focus as well. So I know I should actually practice what I'm about to preach right
Focus,
now.
focus can be all over the place. Yeah.
you know, what I would
Yeah.
recommend, okay, VS Code is a great choice. That means you can get your hands dirty when you need to get into the code and learn
Yeah.
at the same time, right? Learn certain concepts
Yeah.
about, for loops and ifs and if statements and all that type of stuff, right? What I would
Yeah.
recommend is to use VS Code, but use a tool like Augment. I talk about Augment a lot on the stream. And full disclosure, I'm not affiliated with them. I'm not part of the company. They're not paying me to say this, but I just love the extension. So
Right.
just it's an extension. You can find it in VS Code, the extension gallery. You can find it there. Install it.
Yeah.
You'd have to basically create an account. You could use your Gmail account to sign on, right? To sign up.
Mhm.
Once you create an account, you actually have a good 14 days to try it out. Here's the kicker: they use the latest Claude Sonnet 4. You could use 3.7 and also 3.5 in uh, um, other AI APIs, right? But these are
Mhm.
the main ones. But what's great about Augment is the fact that it's got the greatest code awareness on the market. Whenever you import your project into VS Code, it indexes. It asks you for permission to index the entire code base. And if you make a change on one element on your landing page, it knows if it's a modal that's got a, let's say, an email field attached to it. It knows if it makes a change there, it has to make a change to this file that contains the API call and that contains the if statement and the schema and the database. And you don't have to tell it to do any of that. It does it for you automatically. It understands the whole
Mhm.
context. So you waste a lot less time to spin projects within a short amount of time, and also the context is so wide you're able to use large code bases to do things. So you owe it to yourself to actually install Augment Code, subscribe to get the free 14-day trial. You don't even need to enter your credit card or anything. Try it out and then come back to the Discord and let me know how it goes, my friend. it's
I kind
it's
of,
it's
to be
amazing.
honest, yeah, I kind of adopted the position that I would kind of plod my way through the hard way,
Hmm.
almost, and learn more along the way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm a systems thinker. It's just how I'm built,
Hmm.
um, and I do approach.
But yeah, but
But
augment will afford you the same.
one thing I do know here
Mhm. You're breaking
is that
up.
I have an awful lot to learn.
Yeah, I
Oh, sorry, I
lost.
was just saying the one thing I do know here is that I have an awful amount to learn.
Yeah. Well, hey, you and me both. Okay. There's
Yeah,
we're at the infancy of this wave, right? This revolution,
indeed.
and there's some whatever we're learning right now, it'll pale in comparison what we will be able to achieve. Let's say 2, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, it'll be phenomenal. And now's the time to to get your feet wet, to get your hands dirty, put some elbow grease into it, and within all these things, whether you're using Augment or Zencoder or whatever, Cursor or Windsurf, the opportunities to learn is always there. Just highlight a piece of the code and say, explain this to me if you don't understand it. And it'll start making sense to you. It's like a piece, it's like a puzzle.
Mhm.
Once you have, what's an if statement? What's a for loop? What's this API call doing? What's the endpoint doing? What is this schema? How do I write a
Yeah,
schema to affect,
I was using. Yeah, all this is exactly what I was doing from the
mm, you break it up. I lost you.
moment
Uh,
GPT-3 dropped. To be honest,
right.
sorry, I was just saying that. Yeah, I was just. Yeah, I think I might log off because the voice connection is not great.
Yeah, it's breaking up. It was great in the beginning, but now it's starting to be a little spotty. But no, great. Listen, I mean, you're doing the right
Yeah,
thing because you're being systematic about it. You're a seeker, you're a learner, and you seek it out. And whatever you seek out, you
I'd
shall
like to
find.
if you were open to it, I
Say again. I
edge off
lost.
stream.
I lost that.
Um, maybe you'd be into. I'd like to show you some of the code off stream at some time. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely, no problem. You join the Discord, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, great. So what we'll do, I'll send you a friend request, and we'll connect. Definitely, we'll do that. Off. I'm sure the connection will be a lot better. We'll do that off stream, and then yeah, we'll.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? We might collaborate on some projects at some point and share knowledge. I'm all
Good
for
to meet
it.
you, sir.
All right.
Good to meet you, sir.
Hey, Xbard, pleasure to meet you as well,
Okay.
and it's always a pleasure to connect. Have a good day.
You too. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you, brother. All right, guys, I was X Bard on the stream. Great conversation. Again, it's great to connect with people, with like minded people, people who are open minded, people who want to learn, people who want to grow in this space. And that's what it's all about. Let us share the knowledge. I know somebody jumped on the stream earlier, but we were in the middle of a conversation. I didn't acknowledge you. And that is my bad. I didn't mean to be rude. I didn't want to also interrupt Xbard as he was speaking, so I could acknowledge you. So if you want to jump back in, and if you want to jump back on and have a conversation with me, chop it up about AI, LLM, whatever projects you're working on, I am right here. So jump in, talk to your boy. And also, okay, great. 220 views. We have 9 likes. We have 4 concurrent viewers right now. If you haven't dropped a like on the stream, drop a like. Let's get 10 likes, guys. Let's go. On the road to 500 subscribers, and we're having a really good time right here. Guys, you don't know how happy I am right now to talk to you guys, to build in public. And I'm going to take a few minutes now, get some refreshments. We got to hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Also, when I get back, I'm going to show you a little bit more of the project, which is the what are we looking at? The Chrome extension. That's going to be the extension partner to the app where you can install and do certain things like block emails, flag spam, and block certain addresses, and a bunch of beautiful things. So stay tuned. I will be right back. Nathan, thank you, my great dude, smart guy. I try to be. I don't, and I'm just. I don't want to be the smartest guy in the room because you want to surround yourself by smart people. So I hold my own, but I don't consider myself smart. I'm just who I am. That was me. No, I was wanting to see Okay, oh, okay, that was you. Okay, cool, cool, cool. It's all good. So let me go get some refreshments. Let me go get some water. Okay. In the meantime, hang out, keep the engagement going. If you're coming into the stream, guys, let's go. I need to see 10 likes right now. So drop a like in the video. We need 10 likes. And we need you to subscribe to the channel. Your boy will be much appreciated, much appreciative. And we'll drop some sauce really soon. There's a lot of good things coming, guy. The community's growing, and we're gonna do a lot of big things. So get ready to build, get ready to create wealth. I'll be right back. Let me get some water. I'll be right back, guys. And we're back. So, as I was saying, so once we spin the mobile app, which now we're installing the dependencies, right? Here's the app.json. There's the JSON package, okay? Expo 53. That's exactly what I want. React 19. That's pretty good. So once we spin the mobile app, so I'll be able to scan the QR code using Expo Go, right? On my phone. This is my testing phone. I can also run it on a tablet. Just, I like to test on tablet, just different screen sizes. Another tablet here, different screen size, different form factor. So I test on multiple devices for layouts and stuff like that. And okay, we're going to make a directory. Okay, mobile components. So we're creating more directories. So we're going to have specific components. But also remember what's amazing about the app. Once you create an account, let's say for your organization, everybody has a different email. Marketing at youragency.com or CEO at agency.com. Your name at agency.com. You'll be able to actually have your data. I would say sticky data or persistent data. So if you use the app on your phone, your data will follow you, whether you use in your browser or your phone. It's the same thing. So your account, a standard practice, right? Your account will follow you. So npm install Axios. Okay, boom. So components. Okay, we got dashboard. What else do we have? Okay, node modules. These are all the dependencies. We never really have to touch this. This is where everything's installed, so we are good. Node modules, dashboard. There we go. So we're still spinning. Okay, we've integrated the dashboard with backend data and simulated some APIs weren't directly available. The next logical step would be, let's see, according to our MVP, okay, plan is to implement a simple settings panel for the mobile app. This will include toggles for automatic deletion, notification preferences, and section for personal whitelist, blacklist management. So this is the core feature for the mobile app, right? So now we're creating a new component for settings panel and so on and so forth. There it is. And it's just popped up right here. So settings, there it is. There we go. So then again, we're going to install a few more dependencies. So we're going to install React navigation. Okay, so this is for the nav and the bottom tab, which is what you always see in pretty much in every app. You see the tab at the bottom. So it's going to install this this dependency for that navigation. So native screens, safe area. Okay, the safe area basically is predominantly for all phones where the buttons are actually on the screen itself. So you need to be able to not let your app be hidden or be obscured by them. So that's what the safe area is for. So I'm going to run those commands, and we are running. Thank you very much, guys. We got 10 likes. That is awesome. 10 likes, 257 views. I know for a lot of people it may not seem like much, but it is tremendous. Thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated. You guys are rock stars. We got 282 subscribers. So we're getting closer to 500 subscribers, guys. So I think we're going to make it by the end of the month. Hopefully before that. But the goal is the end of the month, 500 subscribers. And I appreciate every one of you subscribed to the channel. You don't know how much this means to me. We're sharing, we're building in public, we're growing together. Let's go. Let's cook. All right, guys. We are still cooking. So we've integrated Superbase authentication into the settings and whitelist API routes for the mobile. That was already done for the web implementation. Right now, we're focusing on the mobile a little bit. Try to get that set up, at least not fully integrated, but at least the scaffolding will be done in the basic um, database connections. The schema has been populated. We're running locally, of course. We're running Docker, and we got the Prisma schema and Superbase local Superbase implementation, and we'll push to Superbase later. These are These are the best way to do it because you don't want to be doing it remotely because every time you hit the server, there's a certain level of latency that you're going to encounter. So you want to be able to be limber and agile and fast when it comes to development. Okay, so what do we have here? I've examined the Prisma schema, which outlines the data models, fields, user email, da da da, et cetera, et cetera. For user data storage encrypted, and it's important to understand that the Superbase is being built on Postgres SQL provides encryption at rest by default, and all data stored on its disk. So, which is good. So, encryption at rest by default. This means that the underlying storage where your database lives is encrypted. Again, very important. Protecting your data from unauthorized physical access. This is the best standard and often sufficient level of at rest. Encryption for most applications. So, if you require any additional layer of encryption for specific sensitive columns within your database, known as column level encryption, even from those with direct database access could use PostgreSQL extension like pcrypt. However, implementing pcrypt would involve enabling. No, we're not going to do that. So I have a better way to do this. So we're not going to do pcrypt. In the meantime, since I'm local, we're not actually open to the public. So it is just fine. At rest, locally, it is just fine. Implementing encryption, logic, function. We don't need to do that. Given that Superuse already handles this level encryption at rest, which covers the encrypted at rest requirement, do you still wish to proceed with implementing column level encryption for specific fields using uh, PG crypto? No, we don't need to do that. Thank you very much. Let's accept all that. So, browser extension, yes. Web app, done. Where's my mobile implementation? Let's do Command F. There we go. Okay, I think we need to start a new chat for context purposes. Scan. Right. All right, so I think we're going to push on with a little bit more features. But before we continue, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to let's get us another terminal. Let's launch another terminal, and I'm actually going to attempt to run the mobile app so I can show you guys. Let's clear the terminal and let's navigate CD mobile or mobile. Let's clear the terminal once again. And I'm going to do npm start. All right, npm start. So Expo starting. It's a little slow starting because it's the first time we're actually running it, but that's the slowest it's ever going to get. And subsequent launches will be a lot faster. And here we go. So here's the QR code. As you guys can see right now, I'm going to scan the QR code. It's probably going to spit out an error, but if it doesn't, I'd be surprised because we have a couple of mismatch here in terms of. Okay, that's not too bad. So React Native safe area context. It's got version 5.4.1, but it was expecting version 5.4.0, so it needs to downgrade. Which I don't think is really that important because probably this package haven't caught on to the latest update. So I think I might just keep it the way it is instead of downgrading to 5.4.0. I might just keep 5.4.1. Yes, exclusive sneak peek behind the curtain. So I'm kind of nervous right now. Let's see. I'm scanning the QR code. Here we go. And it's being scanned. You see? There you go. So just as I suspected, it's not running because I didn't think it was going to be that easy anyway. So if something went wrong about that, you can go back to Expo and try again. So there's definitely some sort of issue with the bundler. So the bundler might have some issues. What I usually do, I X out of it. X out commands. It's actually Control C. Then I'm gonna clear the terminal. Then I'm gonna do npm start one more time. And this time it should start a little faster. You see, the first time it was a little hard. It took a bit of time, but this time it was pretty quick. I want to scan the QR code one more time. Scan. Come on, let's go. There you go. Okay. So now, once I've restarted the server, it's going to spin up. Still going. There's nothing exciting. You're not going to see anything exciting because it's just the preliminary launch, right? Let's see. It's still going. The bundler is still running. No error so far. If there's an error, you'll see a bunch of red on the screen anyway. But so far, it's good. There's an error. Okay, you guys see that? So the error, this is usually what you'll see. You'll see this. And this error message will tell us a lot what's going on. So error fetching dashboard. Okay, it's a network issue. So that means it's not accessing the back end to fetch the data. But it's okay. It's there, even though the error is there. The dashboard is not there. But let me show you guys real quick. All right, hang on a second. See, there's the home button, and there's a setting. So The basic structure is there. It's just that it's not pulling the dashboard from because there's an error with the. It's actually a network error. So we need to configure the environment to point the mobile app to the right API, to the right URL, because it's a URL issue. So it knows where the server is, where it needs to pull the data to populate the dashboard and the settings page. No, it's no biggie. We can fix that. So, based on our recent work, a local user storage, blah, 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 your current focus in development, excluding Superbase. This would involve enhancing local user data storage, updating mock user adjustment API routes, builds directly local storage. Would you like me to proceed? No, we do not want to do that. Let's focus more on. Let's get back to the. Right, so mobile. Let's fix these errors. Here we go. So that looks promising, guys. So if we fix these two errors right now, you'll be able to see the dashboard on the mobile. In fact, as we're spinning this, let me launch Expo on the tablet so you can have an idea what it looks like. We are good. So QR code on the tablet scanned. And as you can see, it's running. It says mobile. Yep, it's bundling. It is running. It's running. There we go. And as you can see, it's trying to load the dashboard actually. Oh, okay. So the Superbase is not running. So let's Superbase status. All right. If it's not running, then let's just recommend regular. Okay, what's going on? Based on Garden, if you're planning to start with local deployment environment, could you please confirm if your local backend server is currently running? If not, could you please start it? It is running. All right, server's running, but for some reason it's bugging. Yeah, just as expected, the API base URL network, the mobile app might not be able to reach at that address. Could you please confirm which backend? Oh, okay. So could you please confirm which port your backend server is running on? It might be different from 3000. Uh, okay. We need to ensure we can the via Expo through What is it? 192. This is my local IP address. 192.168.100. And I know my machine is the server is dot 15, um, 3000. Yeah, the main problem is the Expo app could not access because we have to access this uh, over the network, and it wasn't actually that wasn't coded in the back end. So we have to make sure that the IP address of the server where the app is running, right, where the back end, the database is, we got to give it access to it. And I know that the server's IP address is 192.168.115 and it's port 3000. So we had to be explicit and getting the server to allow these apps to connect to the back end because it basically blocked it, or you couldn't access it because it didn't know it existed. So that's what was happening. There you go. So now we do have dashboard. We still having an error, but we do have dashboard access. There you go. Same here. As you can see, there's nothing exciting. It's just very plain. We haven't done any sort of styling, any fancy CSS and whatnot. And here's the settings page. So the dashboard will, of course, it'll be more extensive. We'll have some stats cards and some graphs and some more options. And so far, yes, so good. We still have an error. So text string must be rendered within a text component. So we still have an issue here with this. So let's fix that. And get a URL. Please restart your mobile. Okay, great. We're good to go. So, I mean, after you've done this a few hundred times, you sort of learn how to diagnose on the fly. So, because I knew when this error happened that it couldn't connect to the database, and the fact that it thought that the server wasn't running, and I know the server was running, which I confirmed. So I knew it was a URL issue. Therefore, update the URL to say, okay, over the network, this is the server's IP address. Therefore, my gadgets, my phone and my tablets will be able to connect to the app via Expo Go over the network. So that was the fix right there. Cool. Now we're going to reload the app and hopefully the error would have been eradicated. Okay, so everything's reloading. Okay, we still have an error. String must be Okay, we still have the same error. So let's feed it to the coding assistant. And we are good. Hey guys, how's it going out there? You guys are pretty quiet. What's going on in the chat? Remember, the Discord server is wide open. If you want to come on and talk to me, you got any questions, you can drop them in the chat or on Discord. We can talk live. Come on and talk to me. And It's the same error. Okay, well, let's try and clear the cache and run the command and see what happens. Let's clear. So let's start the server one more time. Let's start the mobile application one more time and rescan the QR code. All right, we've rescanned the QR code. Let's see if we get the same error. It might not be a major issue, but I need to find out what exactly the issue is. Okay. It's still okay. It's a warning. It's not necessarily an error. But it's a warning that text string must be rendered within a text component. That is on. Okay, it's an export function, line number 20. Okay, why is it spitting this error though? User state, use state number. So this is where the problem is. Let's see. Same issue. Add to chat. Same. Okay. Problem persists. Please find the root cause and fix it. All right. When in doubt, stop the server, clear the terminal, restart. Okay, let me rescan the QR code. And we're gonna relaunch. There we go. Relaunch. Let's see if the bundler works. And now that the dashboard has been simplified, let's see if it spits out the same error. If it does, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to leave it alone for now. Okay. Error fixed. Except now, of course, we have a blank dashboard. But that's fine because now we can rebuild the dashboard. The settings page is running just fine, as you can see. So I think we've made uh, significant progress for today. And I'm a little tired at this point. I think we're going to call it a day. We're going to call it quits for now. We're going to put things on pause. And I shall be back tomorrow. In fact, I've been on here for 3 hours and 43 minutes. Let's give it another 15 minutes, let's say, and I'll be signing off in 15 minutes. So in the meantime, if you have any questions, if you want to talk to me about your project, if you want to join the Discord server, the QR code it just flashed on the screen right now. Also, the link is in the description. So more things coming up for the community where we aim to build a lot of projects. We'll have workshops, we'll have a lot of interesting things for those who are interested in building a career, building wealth in this space. And we want to build a strong community that will help each other achieve their goals when it comes to vibe coding and create software, build startups, generate wealth. So here's your boy. I really appreciate you guys. I got 10 likes on the stream today. This is great. Nathan, great to meet you as well. Yes, definitely looking forward to more conversations. You know what I mean? And don't be shy. This is your house. So whenever we're live, okay, you're part of the family now. So come on and keep me company. Keep the chat jumping. I know you ask a lot of good questions and then you're participating. You've been here the entire stream with us. Really appreciate you. For that, you get a Don DeMarco. Yes. Give it up for Nathan, everybody. Give it up for Nathan. Come on. Yes, give it up. You deserve a 30-second of applause for Nathan. Come on, give it up. Yes. Thank you, brother. I definitely, yes, I will enjoy my night. Definitely. I hope you enjoy your night as well. And thank you for dropping into the stream. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for subscribing. It is much appreciated. And these building in public live streams, they are the wave, the new wave, the way to build, the way to share knowledge, the way to encourage people, to participate. If you have an idea, now's the time. Start learning. It might seem impossible now. Trust me, it is not. And your first step will be now go into the Discord server, okay? Go into my tech stack, see what I use. Go into, in fact, let me look at it again. I just posted something today. It's in the project, is it in the project showcase? No, it is not. Okay, I see a couple of posts today. Okay. So go ahead, guys, participate, jump in there and share your projects, share your ideas, and then you might find a co-founder in the chat. So definitely it's a win-win situation. Yeah, it's a win-win. You cannot lose. Just jump in and and talk to you fellow vibe coders. All right. So I'm going to be here for another 10 minutes or so. It's great to hang out with you guys, to share the knowledge, to share the little bit that I know with you guys. Okay. and the community is going to grow. And the more we share, the better it'll be. So go into the Discord server. Just introduce yourselves. Okay. I know we got about 70 plus members right now, but there's not a lot of activity because a lot of guys are shy. They don't want to talk. They don't want to share their ideas. No one's going to steal your ideas. So share and share and share. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for listening. Thank you for sharing your comments, your thoughts. Very much appreciated. It's your boy. I'm here. Let's cook for another 10 minutes. So come on in. I'm right here. All right, boys. We got a few more minutes together. So I'm going to click off in about 7 minutes. And I just wanted to say thank you very much once again for tuning in, for hanging out with me, and for the support, the likes, and the subscribes. It's much appreciated. You don't know how much this means to me. It's very much appreciated, and I really mean it. And the Discord server, once again, wide open. So join in. The QR code is on the screen right now. You can scan it, or the link is in the description. So jump in and introduce yourselves. And I encourage you guys to experiment. You know what I mean? If you have any ideas, start small. Start implementing your ideas, because ideas are just ideas unless you take action. Action is the key. You got to be proactive. You got to be able to confidently say, okay, I have an idea and I want to build it, and take the proper steps to you might not know where to start, but this is where I come in, where those type of situations where you don't know where to start, and I'm going to make it easy for you to give you a blueprint and say, these are the proper steps. Where do you start? What's the idea? How do you make sure you have the right PRD, right? Where do you make sure you build the correct markdown file as a roadmap, or even a JSON file? How do you talk to the AI, to the coding assistant, to make sure you tell it what you need? I mean, of course, a little bit of knowledge goes a long way. If you know a few things about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Python, it goes a long way. Then you're able to communicate with the AI coding assistant, and with the right terms. Let's say you want 20 pixels top padding or margin. Then you're able to communicate these things to the AI without having to scratch your head, and you don't know the proper terms, you don't know the proper lingo to communicate. Of course, the AI will do its best to understand what you're trying to tell it, to interpret what you're trying to tell it. But if you actually know some of these terms, for instance, if you need glass morphism, if you want opacity level of 20% or 75%, whatever it is, it makes things a lot easier to get things done in a timely manner. So this is pretty much what the blueprint will allow you to understand, the path to create software. That I'm not saying that you're going to create masterpieces or production ready software right away, but at least you'll get your hands dirty. And trust me, the more you do it, the better you become, the better you get at it. And just start building. Just do it daily. You have some free time, whether you're in school, whether you got a full-time job, whether you're trying to build a startup. It's the same principle. You got to put in your 10,000 hours. You got to build and build and build. You're going to crash and burn, but don't give up. Just pick yourself up and dust yourself off and try again. Just go. Keep building. If it doesn't amount to anything, it doesn't matter. Build another project. Pick a project. Look at real life solutions to real life problems. Take something that already exists. Try to clone it. Try to understand, what does the code do under the hood. Try to understand how to do certain things. If you don't understand a piece of code, if you don't, ask the AI. It'll explain it to you. Say, I don't understand this if statement. What does it do? Okay. This for loop right here. Why is it called a for loop? What does it do? Why didn't I used to, call this do this API call to access certain pieces of information? Why? You got to become a kid again. You got to become inquisitive. You got to keep an open mind. You got to keep your sense of wonder. You got to keep your sense of awe. You got to keep your sense of, that child who can't stop asking questions. You know what I mean? Daddy, or mommy, what is this? What does that mean? What does this do? What does that do? And this is where the magic happens. Just keep exploring, keep experimenting, keep learning, and you're gonna grow. And next thing you know, you're building SaaS, you're building automation, you're building agents. It's phenomenal. It's never been easier to get these things done. And if you're not participating, trust me, you are losing, my friend. You are losing big time. So get your hands dirty. Get out there. Start building. You owe it to yourself. You owe it to your future kids, your grandkids. You owe it to your future generations. This is the wave of the future, okay? And the future is already here. Just start building, guys. No matter how small, no matter insignificant you think your idea is, there's no such thing. Just start building and then find solutions, real solutions to real world problems. And trust me, you'll be ahead of 99% of folks out there. So, this has been Indio Live, guys. It's always a pleasure to come here and share a little bit of my knowledge with you guys and to spend some time with like minded people. So, I'm going to bid you guys good night. This is my time. I need to get some rest, and we're going to be back at it again tomorrow. So feel free to drop by. Remember, the Discord server is always going to be open. Subscribe to the channel. Always drop the likes when you come into the channel. It's always appreciated. That way, the algorithm will push the stream to more people. So I really appreciate you guys. This is my time. Good night, good day, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. I know we got an international viewership. We got people from all over the place, the States, India, Canada, Ireland, France, the Netherlands, Bangladesh. We got people all over the place, Australia. So thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in, and good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow.